If a member of council wishes to speak, use the raised hand function. And when speaking, please remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes to be conducted with a recorded vote. Delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the tabling of motion MN21? If a member of council wishes to speak, use the raised hand function. And when speaking, please remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. With the tabling of motion MN 21-16, food security motion to the January 19th, 2022 meeting of City Council. Can I have a motion? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone also move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from City Council meetings held on November 24th and November 25th of 2021? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Stadenchuk as a seconder. Are there any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We will now consider the bylaws that require a public hearing. I will be turning it over to Deputy Mayor Stadnichuk. Can I have you do the first reading of bylaw 2021-76? Seriously.
Okay. I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 2021-76 be introduced and read a first time.
City Clerk, I'll ask you to comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Council will now consider bylaw number 2021-76, which will repeal the intensification levy and exempt development within the established area from the collection of servicing fees and development levies. As this is a bylaw that requires a public hearing, interested parties wishing to address council were advised that they needed to register with council. No one registered in that regard, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll ask the City Clerk to call the vote. Apologies. Apparently all councillors aren't quite signed in yet. Give us one moment.
While we wait for technology, I will begin with the vote. I will take Councillor Stadnichuk, please.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor LeBlanc.
In favor.
Councillor Shaw.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
I had my mic on to ask a question. Is it too
Not at
late
this
now?
time.
Not for the first vote. Questions come on the bylaw.
Okay. Okay, so in favor then.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
In favor.
First reading passes 11-0, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Stadenchuk. Could I ask that you please do the second reading?
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaw 2021-76 be read a second time.
Does any member of council have any questions? Councillor Skidniak, I think this is you.
Okay, thank you. So what I didn't see in the bylaw, and perhaps I missed this, is a discussion of, so we're replacing the development levy with a tax. I can't remember the term. I didn't see that noted in the bylaw. So I don't know if I missed that or why it's not in the bylaw if I didn't.
Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, Mayor Masters, I'll need a second to just check on the question from Councillor Zahidniak. I don't have the...
Certainly. Ms. Haverluck?
Through Mayor Masters, so it's actually in the other bylaw, amending the admin bylaw, so it doesn't require public notice, is what the Ms. Willoughby has indicated.
That's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote on the second. We can, and actually, council, we can do it electronically now, so look to your screens.
Oh, I don't have it.
I'm in favor. I'm still not connected. I'm trying.
Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Sorry. Masters' motion at second reading passes 11-0.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanachuk, could I ask that you please do the third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaw 2021-76 be read a third time.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Again, I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Mayor Masters, third reading consent has been passed unanimously.
Thank you. Councillor Stanachuk, could I ask that you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2021-76 be read a final time.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
In favor. Thank you.
Mayor Masters' third reading has been passed 11-0.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to bylaw 2021-81, procedure and committee amendment bylaw. We do have delegations appearing. However, the first reading and comments from the city clerk will occur first. So Councillor Stanachuk, could I ask you to do the first reading?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2021-81 be introduced and read a first time.
Mr. Clerk?
Mayor Masters, bylaw number 2021-81, proposing to make a number of amendments to the procedure bylaw and the committee bylaw, is now before you. 8 delegations registered to address council on this proposed bylaw, and we received 1 communication in this regard.
And we call the vote on...
First reading.
We will call the vote on first reading.
In favor.
Mayor Masters, first reading has passed by a vote of 8-3. Those members voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, and Mancinelli, and Mole. And those voting against are Councillors LeBlanc and Zakidniak. You voted in favor. The vote is 9-2.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We will hear now from delegations on this public hearing bylaw.
Okay, could you mute me?
I would like to call upon delegation Terry Sleva. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions that Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters, and thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak on this, about this major concern. I'm Terry Sleva, and I'd like to talk about the delegations presenting at City Council. City Council bans presentations in favor of sending people through the pipeline of executive committee, which will then decide what and how it moves forward to City Council. The question is not whether this process will be effective in streamlining issues for City Council. The question is, will this process actually work appropriately in allowing issues to reach City Council for proper deliberation in a timely manner? I find that not allowing citizens to speak to City Council is unconscionable and an undemocratic move, which shows a lack of transparency on issues deemed important by Regina citizens. If the current plan moves forward, and people will be required to meet with the executive committee first, there needs to be some sort of incentive or assurance that their meeting will actually matter. The complaints that you have now will be transferred from City Council to the executive committee. Any type of streamlining that we hope to achieve will just be pushed down the chain. The biggest issue we have here is that by removing our face-to-face meetings with City Council, you will be removing our voice and emotion from the equation in favor of watered-down presentations from a second-hand source. Please rethink your decision and consider that this direct link between City Council and the citizens of Regina is integral for democracy to continue. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Ms. Terry Sleva. I'll ask Council now. Do any members of Council have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for your comments. I just have a question on what you perceive the difference to be between executive committee and City Council.
Well, subcommittees I was involved with, subcommittees in City Hall many decades ago, and I realized that they give advice, but they're not necessarily listened to. That's the difference.
In terms of that answer, considering that executive committee is comprised of the same 11 individuals as the City Council meeting, does that affect your comments or your view on the matter at all, Ms. Sleva, through the chair?
I believe that it should be addressed at City Council, not by a subcommittee. Like, demolish the subcommittee if you think you're doing double work. Remove the executive committee then. We need to have our voices heard.
So if I understand correctly, as long as we're ensuring the citizens can approach and communicate with City Council as the elected officials, that's your primary concern. Is that correct? Through the chair.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Terry Sleva, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Florence Stratton. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Masters. Yes, it's Florence Stratton. I'm calling from Regina, and I'm representing myself. When I first heard that City Council had voted unanimously to ban members of the public from speaking at City Council meetings, I was shocked. What could have prompted Council to make such a decision? Then I felt hurt, so hurt that to my surprise I actually shed a few tears. Why would our City Council do this to us? Why would you show such contempt for members of the public? Doesn't the public matter to you? I see you've made an exception of budget meetings. Thanks a lot. But we just might want to speak at City Council on other matters. You say we can have our say at executive committee meetings, but it is at City Council that decisions on public matters, matters that matter to the public, are made. That is what we want. That is where we want and need to speak. The executive committee is a lower level body, a committee of City Council. You are demoting us, the public you were elected to serve. You are treating us as if we don't very much matter. Here are some of the reasons for the decision that members of Council have given. First, the conversion therapy debate. It was difficult enough following this debate online or in the media. It must have been agonizing to have had to have sat through it all. You have my sympathy. However, the conversion therapy debate was likely a one-off, but even if something like it were to come your way again, I assume it would be better managed. Surely, for example, it could be mandated that only those with a Regina address be allowed to speak. And now that presentations have once again to be submitted beforehand, those containing discriminatory language could be excluded. Another reason council members have given for the decision has to do with repeat speakers. Some people presented an issue at the executive committee and then again at City Council. Realtors and developers were specifically mentioned. This is indeed a waste of your time. But rather than banning us all from speaking at Council, why not pass a motion that an individual can speak on a particular issue either at City Council or at Executive Committee, but not both? A third and related reason given for the banning has to do with what one member of Council called, quote, an efficient use of time. It was not too long ago that Council met only once a month. Now it's meeting twice a month, and meetings still keep getting longer and longer. But is this the fault of the public? After all, we each only get 5 minutes to speak. Aside from repeat speakers, I don't think it is members of the public speaking at council meetings that is the problem. Perhaps council members should look elsewhere for inefficient uses of time. But even if it is our fault, you are just shifting the problem from one committee to another, from City Council to Executive Committee. Another possibility would be to de-establish the Executive Committee and incorporate its responsibilities into a revised mandate for City Council. That would mean one less meeting for members of City Council. Members of Council have also suggested that banning the public from speaking at City Council is a common practice in Canadian cities. I did a bit of research on the question, and here's what I found. Victoria, North Vancouver, Saskatoon, Windsor, Kingston, London, St. John, and Charlottetown all allow the public to speak at council meetings. These cities are similar in size to Regina. And while some bigger Canadian cities, Vancouver and Toronto, for example, have banned the public from speaking at their council meetings, Regina is definitely not a bigger city. Banning the public from speaking at council meetings not only shows contempt for the public, it undermines democracy. As I said earlier, city council meetings are where decisions are made. In a truly democratic society, the public must be allowed to speak at these meetings. I therefore call on Regina City Council to reverse your decision to ban the public from speaking at council. In doing so, you will restore democracy and you will also begin to repair the relationship between the public and City Council by showing that the public does matter to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence Stratton. I'll ask if any members of council have a question for the delegation. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Kyle Vermette. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Tansei. My name is Kyle Vermette, and I'm speaking on my own behalf today, and as a Métis Nation citizen and as a citizen of Ward 2 in Regina. I'd like to speak against this amendment of the procedure bylaw for 2 reasons. First, I suggest that by moving to written submissions only for council meetings, council has unintentionally created conditions that exclude Indigenous people's unique way of sharing cultural and historical perspectives and will result in lower and less effective engagement between Indigenous peoples and council. Second, I suggest that where a procedural change to a bylaw undermines one of the stated purposes of the Cities Act, it changes its character from procedural to substantive, and the proposed amendment is beyond the scope of Section 55.1 of the Cities Act. I have 5 minutes to speak today. I also note that I have provided written submissions, so I do not need to repeat them. To that end, I'd like to share a story. The history of Treaty 6 is particularly relevant to today's discussion. Signed on August 23, 1876 in central Saskatchewan, signatories to Treaty 6, being the Government of Canada and Indigenous peoples, have a stark difference in their interpretation of what was agreed to. This difference in interpretation, in my view, can be attributed to communication deficiencies and cultural misunderstandings between the signatories. Canada relies exclusively on the written text of the treaty. Indigenous peoples say that the interpretation of the written text is supplemented by the oral commitments leading up to the drafted text. Canada, in 1876, dismissed the oral traditions of Indigenous peoples and felt that if an issue did not make its way into the text, it should not be afforded any weight. I believe that here at the end of 2021, Council is about to make the exact same error 145 years later. I have to assume that Council understands the value of oral traditions to Indigenous peoples. In my view, this proposed exclusion of oral submissions makes Council meetings a cultural vacuum. Bruce Morito wrote a relevant passage on page 197 of his book, Thinking Ecologically. By definition, values and voices that are suppressed by the system of analysis cannot be represented adequately, if at all. Where the onus is on the presenter to represent his or her values, but the cultural context in which those values acquire their meaning are not recognized and respected, there is no effective voice. The 2016 census shows that almost 10% of the population of Regina is Indigenous. To implement a procedure that devalues Indigenous culture and Indigenous forms of cultural expression is inconsistent with the TRC calls to action, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the Vision and Mission Statement of Reconciliation Regina, as well as the City of Regina Cultural Plan. Also, page 83 of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan in the meeting materials identifies a short-term action to establish a community action table for racism and discrimination, which will develop a lens to decolonize practices and policies for organizations and systems. With respect, although unintentional, the proposed amendment to the procedure bylaw is a very colonized proposal that devalues oral submissions and should not be implemented by Council in 2021. I would call for City Council to take action to decolonize its own practices and procedures right now and not feel the need to wait for a community action table to be established. Finally, with respect to the legality of the proposed amendment, I note that I am not legal counsel for City Council, nor am I an expert in municipal law. I expect there's one or more experts in the room with you. However, it appears to me that an act that discourages and disables public participation is contrary to one of the purposes of the Cities Act. I do not believe the Cities Act permits City Council to pass this proposed bylaw amendment, and I would call on Council to inform itself on the amendment's validity prior to approving the amendment. I further call on City Council to repeal any part of the amendment if those parts of the proposed amendment are found to be invalid. Thank you. I wish you all safe, healthy, and happy holidays. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Kyle Vermette. I have a question from Councillor LeBlanc for you.
Well, thanks for your presentation. The presenter before you, Florence Stratton, made a suggestion of allowing people to speak at either executive or council, but not both, if they wish. I wonder if you can just respond to that suggestion which Florence made, and if it would address any of your concerns.
Sure. Well, just to start, I would say, I noted that there was a suggestion that the difference between executive committee and council is one of semantics. And semantics means the meaning of words. And it's kind of used in a depreciative way, and as if that distinction is pedantic. I would suggest that creatures of statute that operate on delegated provincial authority, semantics is everything. It sets the bounds of your authority. And so your proposal, the proposal from the previous speaker around either or, I think is acceptable because it leaves it to the speaker to decide which venue is more appropriate and where they can be more persuasive. I think the proposal to ban them altogether presupposes that executive committee and council have the same function, which they do not. They may have the same membership, but their function is quite different. Executive committee makes recommendations and council makes decisions. To leave the ability to force citizens to only make presentations, maybe weeks before a decision is made, I think really undermines the ability to be persuasive. And I don't think it would be appropriate. I think the proposed language of either or, leaving it up to the presenter, I think would be permissible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. I see no further questions from council. Well, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Kyle Vermette, and ask that you please leave the meeting. I'd like to call upon Delegation Nancy Black. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that the members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of Council. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are, ma'am. Please proceed.
My name is Nancy Black. I live in Ward 1, and I'm representing myself. Thank you for the opportunity. I recently returned to Regina after 20 or so years living and working in a number of other Canadian cities. I returned at a time of life wanting to be a more hands-on citizen, able to both follow and help shape the kind of caring and responsive community I remembered Regina to be from my years here as a student and a young worker. On arrival, I immediately set out to expand my knowledge of Regina's neighborhoods. I was welcomed by my neighbors and helpfully alerted to some of the unique aspects of living here. But not all. 5 months after moving into a small inner-city rental house, I learned of the problem of thousands of lead-based service connections still existing across the city, meaning that a widely banned neurotoxin is still making its way into up to 1 in 5 households in some neighborhoods. Mine happened to be among them. In another community, while on the cusp of closing on an offer of a home, I learned of the specific soil on which much of South Regina was built and the serious infrastructure issues it raises for the city and homeowners. 30 or so realtor tours later, home inspections done, and a purchase finally made. In May, I came to understand how this unique landscape responds when a once-in-a-100-year overnight rainfall brought major flooding and a deluge of insurance claims, excavators, and steel trash bins to my community. Along with the past year's unprecedented weather extremes, the pandemic has also brought challenges to the cities, to all cities. To respond intelligently and strategically, I think we need to maintain a spirit of urgency with a healthy feedback loop. I feel the least a municipal council would want to do, especially at this moment, is listen, and with the highest engagement possible. The way this change was introduced, I feel, was less than that. I haven't been able to find evidence that this motion was announced to the public in advance of its introduction last meeting. I should say that since requesting to speak to you, I did receive a call from Councillor Hawkins, who told me that council meetings had become jammed through complexity and duplication, and assured me that a full quorum of council attends executive committee meetings, so the players are the same as for council meetings. But my persistent concern is in moving citizen voices off the main stage. I do want council to operate well and speed our progress. Like any democratic institution, I have no intention of abusing it, but I want the assurance, the insurance, that this public forum that we pay for is there for me and for others when we need it. I've shared with you my issues. I feel they are legitimate. We've heard from others that they face different ones. I would simply ask that if any past delegation of people abusing this forum to, say, protest phantom lockdowns, or individuals who are not even resident in the city filibustering on issues of an ideological nature, if these interests have denied me, a tax-paying resident, and my neighbors, those with real stakes in the game, the opportunity to be heard by their fellow citizens and their representatives in the strongest daylight available, I would ask City Council and the administration to please take a run at a better solution, and do so with priorities that are transparent, relevant to the greatest number of Reginans, and in a manner that preserves rather than casts doubt on the public trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shaw, you have a question for the delegation? Question?
I do, thank you. Nancy, thank you for speaking so eloquently and being very detailed in your questions. My question to you is, with the option of possibly either speaking at council or executive, would you be okay with that being a decision that we as council make through the chair?
I think I would be in agreement with the eloquent speaker before me, Kyle, who really made the point of privileging some positions over others. I feel it should be democratic, and I, as I said in my comments, feel we need the utmost daylight to citizen concerns. So I'm not sure I'd be interested in making that compromise.
Making the compromise of either speaking at either executive or city council. Am I clear on that through the chair?
Yes, that's right.
So you would prefer, then what are you proposing, to be able to have the option to speak at both through the chair?
I would like the option for citizen comments to be made at council, for the amendment to be reconsidered.
Right, so
status quo.
Right, so we brought up maybe possibly having the option to either speak at executive or speaking at city council. So then the person has the choice. That was kind of the question that got brought up. Would that be something that you'd be okay with through the chair?
I feel if individuals have a choice, then that's fine, and that seems democratic to me.
Okay,
because you're not
thank you. Absolutely, and I
Thank you,
do
Councillor
understand.
Shaw. Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I see no further questions from council. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Nancy Black, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to call upon delegation Carla Harris. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to present, to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to answer any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the time to speak today. I am actually here to speak against this motion as well. I'm very concerned with the desire to prohibit residents from speaking at City Council meetings. During the last couple of years, COVID and online access to meetings has indeed changed our speakers list. However, I come from a disability background, and I have experienced several times a lot of difficulty reaching the opportunity to present my concerns at City Council, and I've heard this same concern from a lot of other folks. I do realize that people have been concerned about the surprising amounts of hatred that were directed towards the queer community last year in the particular ban discussion. However, at the same time, since our online method that we are currently using has opened the door to whole new groups of participants who previously could not get access to give their voice, either by commitment to work or to their families, whatever accessibility barrier kept them from participation, I think that we need to instead start looking just at continuing to expand this inclusion, but the change could be guided. We could invest more time and energy in helping people to know what is appropriate at a meeting, possibly by partnering with something like the library to or community associations to inform our residents of the best way, what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. And if people people want to gather and bring their concerns to City Council, I also agree with Kyle Vermette that this is kind of an inappropriate direction to move people towards only being able to speak in the executive or only being able to speak in the splitting it between those two different meetings. I feel that people should be able to make that choice. And in the past, the idea that the executive committee was always a smaller group gave people a feeling that that was less likely for your concerns to be heard by the most equitable set of ears on our board or on our committee. So since YQRCC has, for the longest time, been made up of the most privileged residents in our community. That is who can run, does run, and runs every year for as long as City Council has been around here. I feel that we need to make sure that we do not shut things down. We can maybe find other ways to educate people on what's appropriate and what's not, but especially since things like Be Heard research model being all online, that means so many folks from any of the marginalized or lower income communities cannot take part in our current research model. They can't find ways to get involved and get their voice heard. So I think this is the wrong time to make this decision. And we could help people plan how to make effective speeches and what is appropriate and what's not, but we can't cut it off. Making positive change in alternative outreach methods is going to have to be a long process, and that is what reconciliation and it is, and it's time for. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask any members of council wish to ask the delegation any questions. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Carla Harris, and ask that you please leave the meeting. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Delegation Jeannie Ma. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Ma, and I'm calling from my home in Regina, and I'm speaking as a citizen of Regina. It is so disheartening that we must come to speak to City Council about no longer being able to speak at City Council. We are sad and hurt to learn that we, quote, the same delegations who speak on numerous occasions, are wasting your time. We don't mean to come to make City Council less effective. If we lived in a utopia where City Council made decisions with true concerns for all citizens, we would not feel the need to speak. We only feel compelled to speak to City Council when we see mistakes being made, when we see gross abuses of the public good. We come because we want to participate in making the best city possible, with the smartest and most just use of our tax dollars for the benefit of all citizens. We who love swimming outdoors have already seen how decisions at Executive Council can negatively affect us. The final Wascana Pool rebuild decision, made at the February 2020 Executive Committee meeting, saw us lose our beloved long-course outdoor pool of 72 years, even though, quote, in your survey, 7 out of 10 think that maintaining the current size and use of the pool for lane and recreational swimming is important. The discussion never reached City Council, so no debate was heard from dissenting voices. Unlike cricketers, for whom cricket pitches were created, we were not asking for something new. We expected that a rebuild would renew what we had, the only pool with long-course swimming in Regina, what we had been using daily to continue the history of recreational swimming in Wascana Park. We were shocked to hear that we aging swimmers are considered to be selfish to want to swim outside, even though many of us only swim outdoors. It is our summer joy and our fun. Active aging should be encouraged. When no 50-meter pool option appeared in the November survey, as was mandated in the request for proposals, 37% of all comments, or 722 people, wrote, often vehemently, to say that they wanted a 50-meter pool. Our concern in this example of a decision being made at Executive Council is that even though the city is responsible for civic recreation for all, this $15 million Wascana Pool project ignored current use patterns and the voices of daily outdoor swimmers. Before this final decision made at Executive Council, the open house was meant to answer all our questions, but it did not. Even simple questions such as, will our leisure passes be valid? Or how many more lifeguards will be needed? Received the generic reply, that has not been decided yet. No one was willing to discuss why the change rooms were now so big, nor which trees would be cut down to accommodate the circular change rooms and the lazy river. All the more worrying now when learning that the new Maple Leaf Pool's guard room, with its west-facing windows, reached an unbearable dysfunctional 38 degrees in summer. Or when the new surface of Massey Pool, which opened late because of this, immediately began to peel off. Our worry is that no one seems to be accountable. When we write to councillors, our letters are often not even acknowledged, never mind answered. Now we're being told that we're wrong to care about our city, that our love and concern take up too much of your time. So as Regina citizens, are we meant to simply hand over our tax dollars every year and keep quiet? This sad, unanimous motion stifles and discourages engaged citizens to create a vibrant, inclusive, active city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pause a moment to see if there are any questions from members of council. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much, Jeannie Ma, for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon delegation Larry Kowalchuk. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You will have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Larry Kowalchuk, and I'm just speaking for myself.
Please proceed, sir.
Oh, okay. I want to thank Council for the opportunity to speak, and I want to give my appreciation to Martha Neovard for helping me go through all the technology stuff in relationship to how to call in and do the presentation. It's much appreciated. My presentation is very straightforward and simple. One of the great aspects of our democracy is the opportunity to see and hear citizens of Regina present their concerns, ideas, and feelings about various matters that affect them and others, as reported through the media, and or when it was possible to actually attend in person and experience those moments. It's been my privilege and honor to empower and enable the voices of people, including Regina citizens in my work as a lawyer, to speak their truths to those in power when they seek support and encouragement from in dealing with many of the issues that affect their human rights, their daily lives, their children's, and their loved ones' experiences in the city of Regina. In my view, this is a magical gift to us that they choose to share, including being able to present to our city governments in front of you and all others through the media. And I want to just mention thank you to the media, I won't name them, for revealing this secret motion, I guess I can call it that, so that we know what's going on. For many, it is the only opportunity to have their voices heard, really heard by all of us, who get to decide whom to vote for each and every election in relation to how each member of council responds to those voices. Rather than limiting this democratic freedom, perhaps council might ask the people for ways to increase their access to public accountability, such as providing spaces and places where they can speak to you with media support in ways that all citizens can see, listen, and learn about what is needed to make this city more beautiful and supportive of the people's needs and, yes, dreams and desires. In my humble opinion, public accountability increases public respect for and involvement in democracy, improving upon the principle that government is for the people and as much as possible by the people. These times are very hard on all of us, and given the issues such as climate change, poverty, homelessness, racism, violence against women, colonialism, and the need for truth and reconciliation as priorities, now is our time to move in a different direction than what this amendment nurtures, and move forward towards listening to and empowering the voices of the people, and having those voices heard as far and wide as possible. We want to make informed decisions on whom to support and vote for. Despite the many privileges I am given, I don't have time to attend personally each council or committee, and very much appreciate the media and council in assisting and learning about the concerns of other citizens and the response of each member of council to them. I'm a little bit lost for words beyond that about how this motion could even be contemplated in a democracy, particularly in the city of Regina. The opportunity to speak to council as a delegation with the media, which is a critical part of it, so that we as citizens can hold everyone responsible for, in good and not so good ways, to the things that matter most to us. These are the main elements of my respectful submission. And I wish you all Merry Christmas. And I really, 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 if I was there, I'd probably get down on my knees and beg you, please, don't do this to us. This is not the time for silence and hidden discussion about the things that matter to people.
Thank you very much, Larry Kowalczyk. I have a question from a member of Councillor Stevens for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Larry, you've identified a number of issues you say are of great concern. Can you help me understand why there are more people here today to speak to this bylaw than actually there or in council to speak to housing, homelessness, anti-poverty initiatives?
Sure. I'm glad you asked that question. And I want to sort of begin my answer by saying I'm really concerned that I might be one of the last three speakers, one of the last three citizens to have the privilege of actually talking to council in front of the media about a topic. My understanding is that there is no one speaking today in favor of this motion. And with respect to the various topics that you talk about, that's why I suggested that you might want to look at other ways to increase people's ability to participate. Like I said, most of us do not have time or the means by which to come to City Council and speak to everything. It's a difficult time, especially now. And so I don't think it has a reflection on what people care about, Andrew. I think it's more a reflection on the times that we're in. I try to speak when I can. The last time I was able to do it, because, I mean, this is, for example, this is during the day. And, you know, I hope you appreciate I do work. And so taking time out of the day it's not something that everybody has the ability to do. I spoke on the banned conversion therapy motion. That was the last time. However, perhaps maybe it's best for the council to look at ways to increase access. Like I suggested earlier, it's one thing to say, okay, we want this topic, it's an important one. It's another for giving people a chance to speak. So, for example, empowering the voices on poverty, town halls with the media present and all city councilors present to answer questions to people who live in poverty or people with disabilities, or, for example, I support the presentation of the lawyer speaking about the Cities Act. I totally agree with that. I also want to endorse Indigenous voices having the ability to speak to you and to hold you accountable in full public forum. How are you going to do that? So rather than why is there less voices, I would suggest to you, why is there less opportunities for people in front of the media? I mean, it's one thing to talk to the council, you know, behind closed doors, so to speak. It's another thing to have a platform for your voice so that you can appeal to all citizens in Regina to support what you stand for, whether it's the next municipal election or it's voting on an amendment to a bylaw. It's a platform for people in the city. How are you going to increase that platform? Like I said, I mean, we know each other very well. I know a lot of you. All of these topics that I raise, racism, poverty, homelessness, violence against women, colonialism, truth and reconciliation, climate change. Those are all topics I work on in my job as a human rights lawyer. And I would love it if I had the privilege and the time to talk about all those topics. So, Andrew, what I would say is I would suggest find a way for people who are concerned about poverty, homelessness, racism, violence against women, colonialism, truth and reconciliation, and climate change to speak in platforms where their voices can be heard by all of us, and your response as counselors to those voices. That might be more beneficial. I hope that answers your question. Thank you for asking it. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, you're on a first name basis. We'll refer to him here as Councillor Stevens has no further questions, but Councillor Hawkins does.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Mr. Kowalczyk, you've spoken of the importance in a democracy of providing spaces and places where citizens can speak to council with all media present. And you'll know from your past experience that Executive Committee is a council of which all members are members of City Council. Have we not done in this motion exactly what you suggest? Provide a space and a place where citizens can speak to us with media present, and done so in the most open and transparent way?
Well, I might want to respond by putting it back to you. Why are you doing what you're doing with this motion to stop and prohibit delegates and delegations from appearing at City Council in front of the media? Why are you doing that? I don't understand. I mean, I listened to the attempt by the mayor to explain to one of the reporters about why this motion came forward, and I still don't understand. Executive Committee is not the decision-making body. It's a forum. This is where you vote. And this is where you vote in front of the public on everything. Committees are not binding authorities. Otherwise, why would you bother having a council meeting? And that's the point. It's where the vote on a motion counts that we want to be able to speak to you. And so, no, you're not providing spaces and places for us and for people to hold you accountable when you are actually voting on a binding motion to deal with various topics. So while it's appreciated that there are committees, including Executive Committee, I mean, there are times, which apparently happened here, when you discuss things in confidence. And I'll put it back to you. This motion that we're dealing with here to, perhaps for the last time in our history, not be able to speak to you today during a council meeting when you're voting on things. Why do you want to take that away? And again, I'll put it to you, there are times you will admit, I'm sure, like this motion, where council executive goes into confidential meetings and discusses things when none of us can hear what you're talking about. And then we find out about it when it becomes a motion before council. And that's the key. This is the decision-making forum. And that's where accountability counts most, in my humble opinion anyways.
Thank you.
I see no further questions from Councillor. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Larry Kowalczyk, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much, and I hope that you give us all hope by getting rid of this notion of
Thank you, sir.
prohibiting us. You know,
I'd like to call upon Delegation Mark Spooner. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon, Mark Spooner.
Good afternoon. I'm speaking on my own behalf, and I'm calling from the great city of Regina. Mayor and councillors, I want to express to you how much I appreciate the important and vital work that you all do. I haven't presented at council for some time, precisely because you as councillors have been bringing many of my concerns to the debate. But you may not always be here. In fact, in the past, there were times when council was singular and dogmatic in its viewpoint on several issues, and the only counter voices heard at council and reported on by media were the delegation voices, such as important counter voices on homelessness research, best practices, and first-person accounts of what it is like to be homeless. Thankfully, over time, those voices became better represented on this very council, though that was not always the case and may not always be the case in the future. Democracy is a fragile ideal at all levels of government. However, at the municipal level, this is especially evident with voter turnout, consistently hovering in the very low 20 to 30% range. It would seem especially well-reasoned to leave as many avenues open as possible for citizens to provide their input, their voice, to be a participant in our democratic processes, to feel their voice matters and is heard. This is best achieved by providing as many windows as possible for these vital voices to come through. Now, I can certainly appreciate the frustration you must at times feel at having to sit through the same presentations twice, once at executive and once at council. But if that is the troubling issue, perhaps you could have people making presentations on the same issue present at either council or executive, but not both, since you are leaving both of these options open to cast as wide a net as possible and to be as inclusive as possible. You could also limit delegations to Regina residents unless invited by council to present, if that might be seen as helpful as well. Executive can never fully achieve the real and perceived importance of council, since council remains the big show, the ultimate final deciding body. And though media can and will report on executive, council is, after all, where the final decisions are made and represents the focal point for both media and public attention. You have, in the not-too-distant past, changed your mind in the time between executive and the actual deciding vote at council on important matters. I hope that today that is also the case on this matter. I ask you as respectfully and politely as I can that you please reconsider, that you do not extinguish the hopeful, tiny, fragile flame of democracy that presentations at council represent by providing one last window to hear the voices of your community. Let's keep council as an option for citizens to address their representatives before they ultimately vote. What an important step in the democratic process this is, after all. With much respect and appreciation, I want to thank you all today.
Thank you, Mark Spooner. I have a question from Councillor Stadnichuk for you.
Hello, thank you for coming and presenting. My question is just regarding the distinction between executive and council. And as you point out in your presentation, you feel that council matters more because that's where the decision is made. In your view, like as an academic, when you're drafting a paper, would feedback be more important to you at the draft stage of a paper rather than once a final paper is presented? That's the kind of the distinction I'm trying to make. I'm just wondering if you see it that way.
Sure. Although I see the analogy more as me being the marker, you're the decider, you're about to vote. And so often I'll actually sit and confer with students and discuss, and they have one last time before I gave the final grade on their paper to convince me about what their paper is worth, and I often have had in the past these conferences. So I see the analogy more like that the student is speaking to me just like I would be speaking to you right now as the counselor, just before you vote. Hey, this is my last appeal. I worked really hard on this essay, in this case my presentation, and I'm asking you to consider these points one last time. And then you as the counselor, you vote, or as me as the professor, I give that final grade.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. Mark, I just want to make sure I heard you right. Did I understand correctly that you would be okay with residents having the option to speak at either executive or council on one issue, but not on both? Did I hear you right?
Yes, for me that would be acceptable, and I think that would also leave the window open if one time didn't work, perhaps the other one would, either between executive and council.
Thank you. And just a follow-up to that, if you can elaborate, is do you have thoughts around if a delegation came to executive to speak, and then through an amendment we made pretty substantial changes to that before it went to council, do you have thoughts on how that process would work, or whether if there's sort of big enough changes, folks should be able to come speak at council also, or any reflections on that?
Yeah, I think if the amendments were substantial, that you would then open the door, and then that would again speak to why it's important to have both open, so that the voices of the people can still be heard just before you make your vote. So I think that would work well.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, thank you for appearing, Mr. Spooner. Today, you're speaking during the reading of a bylaw at its second point of reading. Even if we agreed to the proposed changes, I believe this avenue would still be open for speakers to come and speak to the bylaw being voted on, allowing council to be heard from at the council meeting. Is this not, in fact, exactly what you want? And if it went forward that way, would it meet the criteria and the needs you're describing? Just to be a little bit more explicit in explanation, at an executive committee meeting, I'm allowed to speak twice to a matter. I can debate, and I can talk more about what the delegations may bring to speak about during the meeting. At a council meeting, it's more finalized to the point of bylaw. As a delegation, you're inserting at the point of the bylaw to have effect directly. Just to kind of be pointed on the matter, does that satisfy your needs or what you're desiring to go forward?
Well, for me, it would have to be at council, because I think that no matter how much you try to encourage people to make executive the focal point, people understand that the big show is council. That's the deciding vote, where the deciding vote takes place. So in order to provide a counter voice to sometimes when council is unanimous, the only counter voices heard by the public and reported on through the media are those delegation voices. And this isn't something I've made up. It's something I've experienced about homelessness. When I presented in the past, I was the only, me and the delegations were the only other voice asking you to do much of what you're doing now, which is great. And that's why you haven't seen me in a while, because I think you're doing a great job.
I appreciate that. Just to try to bring this back around, this was a unanimous approval to go get the motion to this point. It's at the second reading of a council, second point of reading in a council meeting. I believe this would remain unchanged going forward if we passed everything else. So here again, you would be able to appear at council to the council meeting exactly the way you're doing right now, should we agree to the change. Would that not meet your need?
Well, like I'm trying to explain, I think the way it's always been is the way I'd like it to remain.
Just to follow up on that point, previous to a year ago, there was only one council meeting a month, and with the load changing, there has been changes that have come along the way. Status quo can't be achieved to what you refer to. So once you steer down the road, you got to kind of counter steer because it curved again. Any comments on that?
Getting lost in your analogies here. I think as long as people can present at council without hindrance, then that sounds great to me.
Appreciate that, and nice to know I use a good analogy once in a while. Usually I think I just confuse everyone. Thank you.
No problem. I love analogies normally.
Thank you very much, Mark Spooner, for your presentation this afternoon. There's no further questions from council, and I ask that you please leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
We have a communication on bylaw 2021-81 from Jim Elliott. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file communication CP 21-35? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Can I have a second? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Councillor Stadnichuk, we're back to you. Deputy Mayor, can you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mole, that bylaw 2021-81 be read a second time.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments? I have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I would like to make a motion in regards to this draft bylaw. So I know the clerk has it, and I'll just read it out to council and for the media, and I'll explain why. So number one, that delegations wishing to address City Council be provided the option of choosing to speak at the meeting of either Executive Committee or City Council, but not both, at which the related report is on the agenda. Two, delegations wishing to speak at the designated meeting of their choosing must register with the office of the City Clerk's office by 1 p.m. on the Thursday preceding the council or committee at which the person wishes to participate. And three, delegations choosing to speak at City Council meeting must submit written brief outlining the delegation's position on the related agenda item. And I would need a seconder for that. I think Councillor Shaw.
Madam Clerk, on the procedural point.
Thank you.
I believe this is not an amendment, but a motion which runs distinctly counter to the motion that's already on the floor. That the correct process is that the motion on the floor needs to be debated and voted on, and then, if appropriate, this motion could follow on.
One moment, please, Councillor Hawkins.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
We've never amended bylaws like this. I think there's been points where we were expressly you could use this as a signal.
Vote this whole thing down, yeah.
Unless it's like a tiny housekeeping issue. That's how we've worked in the past. I'm still telling you, I'm not opposed to it.
I think the only one it tweaks is
One moment. One moment. Mr. Weary? What's before us is essentially an amendment. Councillor Bresciani's put amendment to Clause 37, Section 16(1), which already has a description of an exception within it. Can you speak to the wording on the bylaw, which I would not recommend anybody make on the fly, Mr. Weary? And I suspect that would be your advice back to us, but...
Mayor Masters, this question's governed by the bylaw provisions in the procedure bylaw, which sets out the procedure. Second reading is the stage for any amendments to be tabled and considered by council. This is really the final crack for council to make amendments to the bylaw. And then once those amendments are made and second reading is passed, I will be, if there are substantive amendments, I will be advising council to refer this to the next, refer third reading of the bylaw to a future meeting of council where we can bring back a third reading version of the bylaw that reflects any amendments that may be approved by council. So the order of sequence here is that the vote on the bylaw second reading should reflect any amendments that occur at second reading stage before it would be tabled for third reading.
Councillor Hawkins, it would appear that the amendment to Clause 37(16)(1) should be made now?
Well, I'll accept that. I disagree with that interpretation, but I accept it as a ruling of the chair.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Zakidniak, second, and Councillor Bresciani, would you wish to speak to what you're proposing?
I just need thank you very much. So, you know, I've given this a lot of thought, and I've given my council colleagues notice. You know, this is something that in reading the delegations, I want to say that the delegations that have spoken today are highly engaged individuals that come to council often, which is, again, something that is very vitally important to our job. But it's also our job to ensure that all residents of Regina, if they can come to speak, can. The reason that I ask that this be considered is the fact that this gives residents an opportunity to come to either executive or council. One meeting, which we've heard from the delegation, sometimes they can't get there at that certain time or that day. So we've got a 9 o'clock start for executive, we've got a 1 o'clock for council, which may have an opportunity for people to be able to attend either one. The other piece that I think is really, really important is the value in the public opinion, which we've heard. People care about our city, they care about our community, it's their community, and it's our job to ensure that we give options to provide feedback on us on certain issues. I think that when we discussed this, we were looking at ways to find efficiencies as far as when people come to speak at both times. But how this would work is that people would have to choose with which one they want to speak to, which is executive or council. But if they chose to speak at executive, they could also then submit something in writing if something had changed or they wanted to add something, as we heard from one of the delegations, they could send that in to council as well. So they can still submit in writing in that, so both to speak to it and in writing, and then the last piece I just want to add is that one of the important pieces of this is, you know, we just get to assess it, and if we feel that it's stifling or we get feedback from the clerk's office that this is not working, or they get concerns or they have, you know, I think, and we'll hear it as well, I think it's not, we can change it at any time. So I ask again for your support on this amendment. Thank you.
Council, we are speaking to the amendment now. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The problem with this amendment is that it effectively undoes the intent of the motion and the bylaw proposal, which is to create an efficient method for council, heavily pressed by time, to consider its full agenda. Now, that wouldn't be a good reason for making this change, except that, as one delegate pointed out, our duty is to provide a space and place where we can speak. Our duty in a democracy is to give people an opportunity to be heard, and the main bylaw does that. This bylaw defeats our ability to act as an efficient decision-making body for all people of the city. The executive committee has been badly spoken of in this meeting. It's been referred to as a lower level body, a body that's off the main stage, a lesser show. Well, it's not that at all. Executive committee is part of council's democratic process for making decisions. It consists of all of you. The ears that hear submissions at executive committee are the very ears that make the decision the following week in council. So I have great confidence in executive committee as a democratic body, and that's why I say this proposal is the most democratic proposal for procedure that I've heard in my 9 years on council. I note as well that there are exceptions when if a voice has not been heard at executive committee and there's been change in the week until council, there are exceptions would allow that voice to be heard at council. So my concern with the amendment, so-called, is that it will undermine the attempts to make council more efficient, a more efficient decision-making body, and will do so even though a place has been provided for the citizens' voice to be heard in the previous week's executive committee meeting. We have no time to hear everything twice. We are capable of listening hard at executive committee, go away and reflecting for a week, coming back and debating in council and making a decision. That is an inherently democratic process, and indeed maybe even more democratic than one which says we hear many voices at a council meeting, we're then rushed to make a decision without any intermediate reflection. I prefer the proposal as it stands in the bylaw, and I would reject the either-or option, which is not really an either-or option at all in practice. I reject that as a step backward. I'd ask you to turn aside this amendment and in due course to vote for the bylaw as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the amendment and the compromise that is being sought here. If pressed, frankly, I appreciate the simplicity of the status quo. I think the new process, while it certainly aims in good faith to make our decision-making more efficient, and I think that's the irony here, we spent a lot of time working on what efficiency looks like, I think it inadvertently became more convoluted, and that it bounces things around from committees where you can or cannot speak. So I think the efficient running of a meeting is going to mean a very inefficient set of emails that we're all going to have to contend with for the next couple of years about where can I speak, how do I do this. Honestly, simplicity matters. So I disagree with Councillor Hawkins on a couple of points. One thing I do agree with, though, is that the public would be well advised to take executive far more seriously. It is not a rubber stamp institution. We make amendments and significant changes to reports and recommendations that come before us, and those go unnoticed. That's not just our fault. People have to cover this. It means there needs to be a city beat that actually pays attention to it. We can't be blamed if someone's not here reporting on it. But it's very clear that the public doesn't have a solid grasp of the procedures. It's very intricate and tough. Simplicity. I think the status quo on this issue is probably the best way to go.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Shaw.
I just want to speak briefly to a delegate that had come up and had talked about not having the choices how executive, and then the changes from the votes from council, from executive to council meetings. I know that's happened in the past, and that's what actually really concerns me, is there has been council changing their vote from executive to when they vote at council. So that's something that I feel that at least if they have the option to go to executive or to council, then they have the option, and we then have the choice to change our mind from executive to council. I'm going to support this. I almost wish that we could just kind of go back to the way it was, because I think with Councillor Andrews' comment was we're going to be answering a lot of emails wondering when we can talk and when we can speak. And I do believe the biggest importance to this, all of this that we've changed, is the 14 days that we have to prepare ourselves for a meeting. So I will support Councillor Bresciani's motion and hope that this helps the public feel that their voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I also support this amendment. I think that when we talk about simplicity, with the proposal where folks are limited to speaking at executive committee, there's several exceptions built into that, which are, I think there's like 4 or 5 in there. And I think that that is unnecessarily complicated. I was working on my own potential amendment, but I think that Councillor Bresciani's actually is good, because it gives folks want to be able to make the decision themselves at which body that they want to speak at. They are both different. And I think it addresses the concern of hearing from the same person 2 times saying the same thing. That is inefficient. If folks take the opportunity to show up at both executive and council saying the same thing to the same group of people. So this is a small step that addresses that concern, but in a more simple way, and also responds to the concerns that residents have brought forward. And so I think that it meets the desire for us to have more efficient meetings in response to the concerns that residents have. One, with the proposed limiting to folks coming to executive committee, folks have mentioned that one thing that they want to be able to come speak to us. They want the ability to speak to us when we are finalizing our decision. I think that that is a valid point that we do need to consider. Giving folks the option to choose which body to speak to, I think, is a fair step to try and ensure that we have more efficient meetings, and I appreciate the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I want to start just by seeking one point of procedural clarification, maybe from City Solicitor, which is, if this amendment passes, am I correct in understanding that we will not proceed to a 3rd reading of the bylaw today? Rather, it will be adjourned, the bylaw will be amended to reflect this, and we'll have a 3rd reading on a different date. Is that correct?
Yeah, clerk was just advising that essentially, Mr. Weary, you can answer, but it will be considered for 3rd reading next week, just to give legal time to prepare. But go ahead, Mr. Weary.
That's correct. The amendment, if passed, is a substantive enough one that we do need time to review implications for the rest of the bylaw.
Thank you. So I will support this amendment. The one comment I'd make, maybe in terms of an undertaking to legal, is if this does pass and coming back, is just to turn your mind to what happens if there are substantial amendments to a report at executive committee. Can people who spoke at executive address the quite substantially changed report when it comes to city council? So I think it might be that we need some exception built in there, or just language to clarify when it is changed enough that folks can speak twice. So I will vote in favor of this, but would just, if it does pass, look for some analysis of that and what comes back in the bylaw. So appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Blanc. I believe it already has some built-in exceptions, would not be overwritten, but I'll have City Clerk speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct. There are some built-in provisions to safeguard against that as well. council or executive committee at any time can refer it back to the committee for further discussion, particularly in the event when there's been significant amendments whereby it can go back if council in its wisdom or executive committee wants more public input because there have been some significant changes. So there's always power. We believe there's always the authority for council to make any motion in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. I want to give an example of, without giving the details, of something that we dealt with a couple of weeks ago where we had something at executive committee presented to us, recommendations in a report, and we had delegations, and we were able to ask questions of those delegations, and after they left, we were able to ask questions of administration to clarify, and then those same delegations were able to, after they're listening to the discussion, they provided written information to all of us to help clarify some points. That process meant that we made a really good decision at City Council. And I really do believe, even if this motion, this amendment passes, I really do believe that hearing from people at executive is the best place to hear from people, because it gives us more information, points of view that we haven't considered, so that we have time to make amendments, request undertakings, tabling reports, or whatever may be. It is, like I said, it's like having the draft and you want feedback on your draft before it is finalized. That's the time you want to hear from people. So even if this amendment passes, I am going to recommend to everyone that they should come to executive first, because that's the best time. That's the best time to give us your input, rather than at the end of the process when it's already a recommendation to council. So I am not going to vote in favor of it, but I do just want to emphasize the importance of executive, and the fact that the 13 days notice will mean that people are going to be, the public is going to be more aware of what is on our agenda. And there will be more opportunity, I think, to prepare to speak to executive on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you very much. I believe in the policy as it was first written. I think I would not be receiving any emails because I'd be forwarding them to the clerk, because I believe it's his job to find out when people have to interface into the City Council meetings, and he does it well. And I know that he understands the policy and how it works ahead of us, and he'd be able to do that. Having said that, and listening to the delegations today, I'm going to support the amendment for the simple fact that it shows respect and cooperation to the many of the delegations who appeared before us and have appeared before us in the past. And I really believe it's a moot point in the end. The policy we were analyzing provided interface both at Executive Committee and City Council, as had been proven today. This small change won't change the democracy as we know it, but potentially the feeling of being listened to and cooperating might. And so that's why my vote's going to be to support the amendment, and I think it'll work out till we have our next change come down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. Listening to the conversation, I do believe that at committees and executive, we have a much greater chance to discuss and give opinions. You can speak more than once. It's a little more detailed that you can get into the nitty-gritties of what you're discussing without worrying about you got 5 minutes and you can't speak again. So, but the amendment, it speaks to me in a different way. It does give the chance if individuals to come in the executive and or come to council. And we know at Planning Commission, all the reports come directly to council. That hasn't changed. So it does make sense. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. Looking at the transparency and the making sure that individuals and people have a chance to speak to us. One comment was made to me that we should have just left the way it was. that's a comment from an individual. But I think the amendment will, I believe it will give a rise to individuals have more ways to communicate with us. I don't think that's wrong. So I think I had a hard time to debate this with myself about what I want to do, but I believe that the amendment makes sense, so I will support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. I do have a couple questions. I have one for the city clerk. In terms of the Cities Act, what is the requirements with regards to public speaking to council?
Mayor Masters, with respect to that, my read of the Cities Act, I'll just grab my copy. The particular sections of the Cities Act that outline the operations of council, in very plain terms, I believe it's starting part 6 under public accountability. These speak to the actions in public and the meetings in public, and these speak specifically about things that have to be decided in public, unless there's an exception under the Local Authority Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and sets out a number of other things. The Act itself, unless I am unaware of it, is silent on the notion of whether people speak at council. The meetings are open. Certainly that would be the spirit and intent, I believe, which is contemplated by the procedure bylaw, but I do not believe, and I would defer to the city solicitor in this regard, the Act itself does not say that there is any explicit right to speak at council.
Mr. Weary, could you speak to that?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. The clerk is correct that there's nothing specific in the Cities Act that applies generally, but there are certain decisions of council that require a public hearing. And so those ones would require, in our view, the ability of members of the public to come to a council meeting to speak to the matter in person. And also there are a number of items in the Planning and Development Act that require a public hearing as well. And so our advice on that is that those are built into the exceptions in the proposed bylaw as areas that do require council. Whether they come and speak at executive committee or planning commission would continue to have the right to appear at council if it's a public hearing decision. So those are I suppose, exceptions to the rule.
And if I may add, Mayor Masters, those are explicitly outlined in the draft bylaw that is before council today. The exceptions that Mr. Weary outlined.
Thank you. I heard an interesting comment, and I wanted to check with either legal or city clerk. In terms of delegations, and this was from a delegation, using the floor of council for public advocacy, is that the role of a delegation? Because, not because of council, but because then the public can hear their message, understanding the media are present.
Mayor Masters, media, our council is limited in its ability to control coverage of meetings, whether it's executive or council. So our meetings are public, and it's then up to media and the public to pay attention to these discussions that council has, either at committee meetings or at council meetings. The role of public input is to provide advice, guidance, and community views on issues that council requires to make a decision. So it's primarily for council to think of it in the context of good governance and making sound decisions, whether they're business or public policy matters.
Mayor Masters, I would agree with what the city solicitor outlines. The reality is that council is here to hear from delegations, but delegations are required to address the specific matter on the agenda that is before council at that time. The notion of whether someone believes they are expressing public viewpoints or they're serving as an advocate is somewhat of a subjective view of it. Our only stipulation is that any delegation must restrict themselves to speaking on the matter at hand before council.
Thank you. Going back to my first question, just to double check again, because there seemed to be an implication that we were offside with the Cities Act. The bylaw as it's written is legal and sound?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just for purpose of clarification, Cities Act requires that council have a procedure bylaw, and it also requires that the procedure bylaw have rules around delegations and presentations to committee and council. So those are legal requirements. The legal requirements to allow the public to speak at meetings is that public hearing requirement that's in the two statutes. That's how we interpret it. Council does have the discretion to limit public participation in terms of personally being present to speak to council if it chooses. That's a policy decision for council to make, subject to those legal requirements to have public hearing matters, special rules that apply to those. So in our view, council, if it chooses to, can restrict, make rules around delegations and public participation in the way that's proposed within this draft bylaw.
Again, Mayor Masters, I would agree with the city solicitor. Again, looking at Section 55, subsection 1 of the Cities Act, it prescribes that council may set the procedures respecting the attendance and addressing of delegations. But as Mr. Wary said, there are certain provisions arising from the Planning and Development Act and the Cities Act that override that with respect to public hearings, and those are fully respected within the draft bylaw.
Deputy Clerk, could I have you put the amendment back up on the screen, please? I'm going to actually, I want to follow up on a statement that Councillor Stadnichuk made, which I agree with. Could you tell us what the intent of the Executive Committee of Council is, City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Well, with respect, and I go on my history here at the city for the past 14 years, Executive Committee has always been comprised of all members of council, and it has always been a body at which members of the public have been invited to attend on agenda items, and the rules have always been relaxed and less formal than with respect to council. Some would suggest that our executive committee works similar to City Council when it meets as committee of the whole. That's a bit of bureaucratic or procedural jargon. It's essentially the same thing. The executive committee was always envisioned to be less restrictive, less cumbersome, more inviting. People do not have to prepare written submissions to come to executive committee. They register and they speak. There's no advance or formal preparation of any meeting materials. Included in this draft bylaw is the elimination of actually members of council having to stand and when speaking at council. Anybody addressing members of executive committee from the public were never required to speak. Again, it was one of those things that was to invite debate. There is no restriction on the time allocation for members to ask questions of delegations, unlike the procedures governing council, which are 5 minutes per motion, 3 minutes on amendments. So again, it was meant to be more of a fulsome body, a little more give and take, again, keeping in mind that members of council are never to engage in a debate with members of the public, but it was an opportunity to ask questions, gain a little more information, all the while making the delegations feel much more relaxed, as opposed to them feeling that they were perhaps before a court of law or something.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just a couple of additional comments to what the clerks provided. A few years back, there were more committees of council, and so executive committee was sometimes also viewed as the committee where significant items for decision would come forward first to executive committee because they were of significant community or corporate interest, either didn't fit neatly into one of the other committees, and it was important for all members of council to become aware and informed on an issue. The second piece is some of these issues, given the significant nature, it was helpful to have these discussed at multiple meetings so that the public, the media, were aware that an issue was coming forward, and there was a timeline that allowed for the discussion, the report to be presented publicly, and then move forward after often very in-depth discussion at executive committee. As the clerk has said, the rules are more relaxed there, and then it would go forward to council. So those are a couple of additional pieces that I can recall from my time on council, or advising council.
Thank you very much, both the city solicitor and city clerk, for those comments. I have one final question. Is there anything restricting council in the current procedure from walk-on amendments that get no public input whatsoever?
With respect to that question, Mayor, there are no restrictions. When council has a meeting or a committee has a meeting, any member at any time can stand and move an amendment or a motion, as long as it's related again to the matter on the agenda. So with respect to walk-on agendas, and I'm assuming I'm going to go out on a limb and believe that you mean something that just happened right at that time, that arose from the debate or arose from a delegation. Again, there is nothing prohibiting a member of council from doing so. And again, I would defer to the city solicitor on this, but I don't believe that there, again, would be any restriction necessarily in terms of council having to, say, defer decision on that matter. Motions are advanced at all times on this floor of council with no public notice and voted on accordingly.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. There might be occasions where public notice is required and a change is so fundamental and substantive that it catches the public off guard and perhaps is not, would require further opportunity for comment. The other point I would make on this would be it's important to distinguish between reports where there may be motions to amend the decision versus where we're at now, where we're at the bylaw stage. Our rules are more restrictive around debating and making too many substantive changes to decisions that have previously been made by council on the policy side. And as I mentioned earlier, once you get to third reading, any amendments, second reading is the opportunity for substantive debate and changes. Third reading should just be sort of very minor amendments. It should not be used to re-argue and introduce new substantive amendments at that stage. That should be for final reading and decision.
Thank you very much, City Clerk and City Solicitor. To that end, that's why I believe I'm in line with Councillor Stadnichuk and Councillor Hawkins in terms of executive committee allows time to reflect, great input, and open and frankly more welcoming debate. And I'll close it off. Councillor Bresciani, you want to close your argument for your amendment off?
Thank you very much. So to that point, that was one of the reasons that I actually brought this amendment forward. Because executive, you will have heard at executive, but you can't speak at council. So my point is this. Residents of Regina do not go on to the city agenda to try and find out what's coming. Grateful that we are going to have this agenda 13 days out in advance so they can hear that and they can see it. If they're following the agenda, the media is not going to pick it up. But you know what happens? At executive meeting, the media does pick it up. And guess what? That flags residents to say, okay, I want to come and speak on that issue. We will get people who regularly follow council, and they'll be engaged, and as we've heard from the many today. But there are many, many people who do not follow, and they will say, they're bringing in a sidewalk clearing bylaw. I want to speak to that. Well, guess what? They're going to be phoning the clerk's office and say, I heard that's coming to council and I want to speak to it. Well, you know what? They won't be able to because we've put in a policy that they can only speak at executive. The second piece, we are elected by the people. And you know what? It's our job to listen to the people, to hear and give them an opportunity to speak. This is a happy medium from only being able to speak to executive. We're giving them the option to speak at one or the other. It's an option. It gives them a place to have their voice heard, which we've heard today. So I struggle with the fact that it's better for us to hear everybody at executive. It's not about us. I get the time management, but it's also about our job and how we have to ensure that the public has opportunities, and if it's through the media that they're engaged, and if it's through council agendas, and it's through councillors reaching out, many of those options. But I do believe that this is better than what was prescribed, and if it doesn't work, then we go back to the status quo and go from there. So I would see that this is, again, listening to and giving people an opportunity to speak at council, at both executive and council for that reason. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. City Clerk, please call the vote on the amendment.
Mayor Masters, with respect to the proposed amendment to the bylaw, it carries by a vote of 7-4. Those members voting in favor are Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, and Mole, and those voting against are Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Stevens, and yourself.
Thank you. One moment, please. Councillor Stadnichuk, could I have you do second reading as amended?
Okay.
Madam Mayor, we just voted on the amendment. We still debate time on the main motion.
I apologize. We debate on the main motion. You're absolutely right. Councillor Hawkins, you want to go first?
Thank you very much. I think it's the first thing I've been right on today. I think we arrived at the worst of all possible worlds. I prefer the status quo to this hodgepodge we're in now, which is not a happy medium at all. It's a decision which will drive all delegations, there's a practical reality here, drive all delegations to council. It guts the executive committee of one of the main functions that which it could usually perform in the decision-making process of council, which is the real democratic obligation of this council, to make decisions in an efficient, effective way for all of the citizens of Regina. So I'm going to oppose this. But what's more, if I was ranking the options, this hodgepodge we're in, the status quo, or simply turning executive meetings into council meetings with the appropriate relaxed rules, I'd prefer the council meetings. So I'm going to give some consideration, depending on what happens here, to whether we should have another debate, and that debate is whether the executive committee should be turned into council. If it's as apparent as these few delegations, when you consider the whole population, seem to indicate that there's something inherently much more democratic about council than about executive, I think we should stop fooling around with executive and go with council. So my choices here are, first of all, turning everything into council. Secondly, the status quo. And thirdly, I'm opposed to what appears to be on the floor now. So I won't be supporting this at all.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Mancinelli.
I just wanted to speak up. I also am really not satisfied where this ended up. I know I have a hand in this, and thinking of the different words, we can call different things, but the same results coming at the end of the day. I don't care if you call it council or executive committee or what committee you call it. I'm sitting in this chair to listen to people, to help make decisions to better my community. You can call it whatever committee you want. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I want to do. So I am interested in hearing the rest of this debate, and I really like plain English. I'm sick of the small idiosyncrasies between differences and when I can speak and when I have to stand on one foot and when I want to come here to do a job and get it done right for the best of all in our city. So that's really what comes to the end of this point.
Any other members of council wishing to speak? Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I did have a question. So with the amendment that we have incorporated now, what I did want to clarify is that motions will now go from exclusively to be debated at council instead of being sent to executive. With this amendment, motions will be status quo the way that they have been operating. Sorry, I don't know if that's a very clear question.
Councillor Stadnicek, could you please, or sorry, Zakiniak, could you please ask that again?
Sure. So in the proposed, the original proposal, because we were limiting folks to speaking at executive, we were changing the debate of motions to happen at executive. What I want to clarify is with the amendment that just passed, that would mean that the notice of motion and debate of motions would continue to take place at council. Is that accurate?
Yes, based on my understanding, that would make sense, Councillor Zahidniak.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I did want to note that I do believe that there was a misstep in our process, and I want to acknowledge that. So there was a workshop that occurred for us to come up with a solution, to brainstorm about potential solutions. My understanding, I was not at the last council meeting where this came forward. My understanding, though, is that instead of there being a report that was circulated to the public, this came forward as an amendment at the meeting. So folks did not have advance notice of these changes, which is why we're hearing from delegations today in the bylaw, in the readings of the bylaw, instead of at council, because there was no notice given. Is that accurate?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. To your question, Councillor Zahidniak, no, there was no advance or explicit sharing of the amendment.
Mm-hmm.
However, as I said earlier in the meeting, there is nothing that requires that in terms of it was a debate that was at council that was tabled. And just as in any other meeting, amendments that are made on the floor can happen when the discussion is on. So there was no overt requirement to say, well, I have these amendments, I need to run these by everyone in advance, including the public. Again, with respect, it's done quite frequently and appropriately.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think that I understand, and I'm not meaning to. All I'm meaning to suggest is that I think it may have been more appropriate because it was a very substantial, substantive change. I think the bylaw was like 23 pages long or something. I think it would have been more appropriate to have come out as a city manager's report that would then be placed on the agenda, and folks could have then had the opportunity to see it and not feel blindsided when it came to the council meeting. So I'm just respectfully suggesting that in the future with a substantial change like that perhaps it could have been dealt with as a city manager's report. I don't know if anyone would like to respond to that, but that's my sense. That's my thoughts on that.
Thank you. We're speaking to the bylaw as amended right now, so that's what we'll speak to. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I will also vote against this bylaw. I think as amended, it's better than it was, so I supported it, but I think it's worse than the status quo, so I'll be voting against. And I echo Councillor Hawkins' statement about at some point, let's only make decisions once. it's a bit silly to be making recommendations to ourselves, but for today, I'll be voting against this bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw.
Sorry. I just needed some clarification. Now that everybody, what I'm concerned about is that everybody is going to speak to us at council once they have the option. Is that a concern to the chair? That is that something that I'm concerned about, or is that what other people are concerned about? I'm just trying to figure this out to see what the best option is.
Sorry, Councillor Shaw, could you ask that question again?
Sorry, my dogs. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm worried about is bringing this in. We're giving people the option to come to council or executive, which I think is great. Everybody should have options. But what I'm concerned that everybody now, once they have the option, and they can't speak it twice, that they're all going to come to council, and then we really don't get the debates the way that we should at executive. Is this a concern that is felt with others? And I'm not sure if this is just me or if this is actually a concern that we should maybe address or talk about through the chair.
Council, before this gets further out of hand,
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest that you defeat the bylaw as it exists so that it can go back for another reworking, because these type of discussions should probably not be occurring at the bylaw stage. They should be occurring in a kind of more open debate stage. Would anyone be opposed to going to vote, or would you like to speak more to the current bylaw as amended?
No, I'm fine with going and voting now. But thank you for that clarification, Mayor.
Jim, why don't you explain what the vote is, or City Clerk, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Based on what you just shared with members of council, it would be my understanding what you're looking for is that if you want to start from scratch and avoid having a prolonged discussion and debate here on the floor of council, you would vote to defeat this bylaw, which has recently been amended. And with that defeat, it is done. And we would have to return with a new report outlining options for you. And once that report was approved at executive committee, we would then proceed to bring it back to council along with an accompanying bylaw. And I think we would also need, and I will defer to the city solicitor on this, I would respectfully suggest that we would need a motion directing us to continue to operate under our current operating procedures for the interim period. No?
Mr. Wary, did you wish to comment in terms of?
Yeah, just to add to what the clerk has said, just want to just highlight for members of council that the contentious issue for delegations and for the debate was around some of the restrictions on delegations. There are a number of other changes that are proposed in the bylaw that don't appear to be controversial. So some of which may impact the calendar for 2022. So there may be part of what the clerk and myself will need to determine is if this report that comes back is in two parts. Then those items that we believe are non-controversial, and then the ones that are maybe needing more analysis and discussion, those can come back on a different timetable.
Thank you, Mr. Wary. Although City Clerk did advise us that you start pulling one string, it has a tendency to collapse further. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is really clear. If this is defeated, the status quo, as it was 2 months ago, remains in force. And if we start separating out, you're going to find that there are other pieces that are controversial because it was part of a whole. So on a procedural matter, I say we should vote on this. If this proposed bylaw is lost, status quo, nothing changes. And it may be that the clerk wishes to bring in a report, that's up to the clerk. It may be that councillors may wish to bring in other motions related to process, that's up to them. But it's clear that if this is defeated, the status quo governs.
City Clerk, I'm going to ask you to call the vote on the second reading. Council, before you, you either approve the bylaw as amended or you defeat it, and we're back to the drawing board.
Mayor, motion. The vote on second reading is 3 in favor, 8 against. The second reading is lost. Those voting in favor of second reading were Councillors Shaw, Zakidniak, and Moll. Those voting against, Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, and yourself.
One moment, Council.
So you're going to go rank and send me the calendar. We have opportunity.
Just leave it with me. Just say that I'll have.
Thanks to City Clerk. Back to the drawing board for you. I can tell you on behalf of myself, apologies for the enormous amount of work that you've gone through to get right back where we started without a calendar and committee structure. So, Council, we have a legislative break at 3:15. I'm going to suggest that we take it now. We'll come back at 3:24 or 5 by the time I'm done talking. 3:25. We will be going to, just so you're all aware, to CR 21-175, the recovery and efficiency review, the efficiency review, simply because of time zone changes and presentation by delegation. So 3:25, I'll see you back here. Council will now consider CR 21-175, and we have a delegation. I'd like to call upon Delegation Laird Williamson, representing CUPE Union Local 21. Please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you will have the opportunity to respond to any question members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Please proceed.
Right. Hi there, can you hear me?
We can.
I'm calling from Regina. My name is Laird Williamson, and I'm the president of CUPE Local 21, which represents a membership of 1,500 city employees. I'm also here today representing the shared interests of CUPE Local 7, ATU Local 588, IAFF Local 181, and the RCMMA, whose membership combined account for another 850 employees. We wanted to speak today to share our thoughts on the Deloitte report, which was prepared for the City of Regina through the Efficiency Review and the recent Executive Committee meeting in order to help direct City Council ahead of help direct administration ahead of the January report. To start, all Regina civic unions are committed to safe and efficient service delivery. Our members are proud of the work that they do for the City of Regina and are committed to making the City of Regina an even better place to live and work. To emphasize this fact, we would like to share with Council some information regarding our own initiative. In early 2020, Local 21 started a project called the Union-Led Efficiency Initiative in conjunction with the City of Regina. This initiative had the goal of identifying our weaknesses, magnifying our strengths, and improving where we need to improve. As a first of its kind, This pilot project saw leaders from the union, city administration, and operational leaders working together without ego or position in order to have fulsome, productive conversation surrounding the improvement of our service level efficiency. During this pilot, numerous steps were taken, such as identifying performance indicators, creating roadmaps to success, engaging staff, changing processes with equipment, and creating new scheduling styles. This work saw an increase of efficiency to the tune of 30%. While this pilot was in full swing, City Council launched their own efficiency review, which eventually gave rise to the Deloitte report. After reading the report and listening to Executive Committee, we wanted to get in front of you to address some of the questions and comments and give Council the chance to ask us questions directly. Number one, there were numerous questions surrounding why action is not already being conducted. In response, we can share that many of the items raised in the report are already underway. In addition, this report served to confirm the work on efficiencies that is happening presently. Number two, within the 53 opportunities identified in the report, there are several recommendations that are incompatible with our collective bargaining agreements. That being said, however, the unions and administration have a good track record for collaboration, and we are confident that with a cards-up, open and respectful approach, we can action demonstrable change without collapsing our service delivery. Number three, in response to the recommendations for outsourcing, we would like to flag that the unions have significant concerns about any move to outsource city services. Outsourcing is not a solution to address efficiencies. It will result in the erosion of services and the loss of control over those services. Your own consultant recommended looking for efficiencies internally before looking externally and noted that there are no huge returns to be had from outsourcing. Number four, we want to emphasize that unions are not hamstringing efforts to increase efficiencies. In fact, it is quite the contrary, as frontline workers often have the best ideas to improve efficiencies. To that end, Local 21 has been leading this discussion in our tailgate talks with our members on topics such as the union-led efficiency initiative. And lastly, number five, we also wanted to respond to the idea that the city does not have a service culture. We must point out that the assertions by your consultant were baseless and couched in anecdotal evidence. We would submit that our members are service-focused, but unfortunately, the infrastructure does not currently exist to allow this to be done to its fullest. In addition, it is important to understand that the concept of culture is far broader reaching than just service and performance, which cannot be quantified in this report. The broader topic of workplace culture is yet another topic the unions are advancing and working towards changing. With the above being said, we would like to thank everyone for their hard work and are thankful for the undertakings that were presented at Executive Committee. We believe that this additional information will allow Council the ability to fully appreciate the impacts of their decisions. While we do have concerns with the Deloitte report, it does present an opportunity to advance the already good work the union has put forward. It is through this lens that we should focus and look to the future instead of dredging through the past. To close, we would ask that City Council direct administration to include in their report a summary of the work that is already underway for efficiencies, and that they more explicitly include a plan to engage in meaningful consultation with their union partners prior to the implementation of these recommendations. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Laird Williamson. I do have some questions from Council. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking today. Just in regards to, you talked about the culture, and you said culture is not, it's not just about service and performance. Can you elaborate on that? Through the chair?
Sure, through the chair, thank you for that. The idea of culture extends beyond just those two topics, just, workplace environment, people being happy with their work-life balance, camaraderie, the idea of competition. We feel there's a broader topic to be had than just those two topics.
Okay, thank you. Would you say though that the service and the performance is intertwined in that you just spoke about?
Through the chair, yeah, absolutely. That is a component of culture for sure.
Thank you. So what we've heard from the efficiency review, I guess I would like to know is are the unions willing to look at some of the areas that they have? I know you've indicated that the unions are working on some of their own areas, but some of the highlighted things that they have brought forward, I guess I just need to know, are the unions interested in looking at those areas? Through the chair.
Through the chair, certainly, as I tried to sort of convey, we're very interested in a shared sort of commitment to a efficient service model, and we do believe that we do have that. But the work that we're already doing, in our opinion, needs to be expanded, which would include some of these areas that are listed in the report.
Okay, thank you. The employees, of course, are a very important stakeholder. And in the report, it indicates an example of behaviors that city workers are universally not focused on carrying out their duties to the best of their abilities when working in public or city locations. I guess I'd like to know, how is the union engaging the employees to establish like how they are carrying out their duties? How is that monitored right now? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I think I heard a couple of questions in there. So anytime that we have conversations with our members, efficiency is one of the three primary topics that we talk about, which is cost, culture, and contract. Those are kind of our three pillars. So we push those conversations whenever we can, whenever we have the opportunity. But the comments contained inside the Deloitte report, sort of suggesting that employees don't have that sort of focus, I don't know if it tells the entire picture. There are certainly processes in place, as we indicated in the submission, that hinder that, and I think the employer is trying to toe a delicate line between empowering employees versus infantilizing their workforce.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that came out of the report as well, which was very interesting, was the use of GPS and actually looking at having staff, I have it in here, using like the key performance indicators, looking at the customer service relationship, those kinds of things. Right now, do we have, like, how do we monitor staff? So I'll give you an example, one that I've heard regularly, and it was in the report, about equipment. So if damage is done to equipment or to infrastructure, say if it's to a roadway, is that actually monitored back to an employee, or is that something the union is working towards to get to that, or how does that work?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, if you could clarify. I heard a few different topics. I heard a comment about KPIs, a comment about metrics, and then a comment about telematics, I guess a fourth, and then damage. Which specific would you like me to respond to?
I would say the first, if you can. So how are we doing within, do we have the performance measures in place?
Sorry. Through the chair, I think administration did a good job of describing that there are metrics. Not all areas have robust KPIs, key performance indicators. Yeah, that's the answer to the first question. Would you like me to go through the rest of them?
Sure.
So operator damage is, of course, something that's monitored through our, post and pre-trip. So the City of Regina has an internal demerit program that exists. It could probably be a bit more robust, but there does exist a process internally for that. And the third one about telematics. Again, so telematics are already something that's in place, and that's sort of what we were trying to hint at in this submission. So telematics came out or expanded in 2019 and again in 2020. So that type of stuff is already underway.
Thank you for that. Just the last question in regards to the outsourcing, which you've spoken to. You said that the outsourcing could be an erosion of services. Some of the examples were areas of park maintenance and pruning, GPS and scheduling, deploying park resources more effectively. Can you just elaborate that if there were some services, does the union work with our administration to say, this is happening in an area and it may be more cost efficient to look at those other options? Does those discussions ever happen through the chair?
Through the chair. So contracting out is a topic that we talk about all the time. We have a pretty good relationship with the employer going over these things. Obviously, outsourcing would not be our first preference. There's a general opinion that if you have to outsource a service that you do to compete with the private sector, the system is failing. But that type of questions or logic starts to creep into blame, which I don't think is valuable right now. I think what we have is a couple of parties, council, administration, the unions, the taxpayer, the employees that are all generally on board about making the city of Regina the best place that it can be. And I think we should focus on that until a time that we fail, and then we can start asking those hard questions.
Great. Again, appreciate you coming forward and answering the questions today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. It's really helpful to hear a union perspective on the efficiency recommendations. I just wanted to ask, in the final paragraph of your submission, you have a recommendation for administration to include a summary of the work that's already underway for efficiencies and a plan to engage in meaningful consultation with union partners. Are there other recommendations that you have, or is that the complete list?
Through the chair, thank you for that, and I appreciate the opportunity to respond to that. I think for now, those two things alone should position everybody to have good, productive, meaningful conversation. Depending on how now till January goes, or the January report, we may be in front of you again in January with other recommendations. But so long as we can, engage in these discussions between then, the recommendations might not expand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Question, thanks, Laird, for coming forward. And I guess my question is, we've heard, that sometimes work may be being done in the city, filling a pothole or pruning a tree. And this is something the consultants mentioned, is that sometimes workers aren't empowered to, if they see something else that needs to be done, to do something like that. Can you explain right now how frontline worker would deal with a situation if they saw work that needed to be done, but they're not given it's not on their work schedule?
Through the chair, thank you for that. It's a bit of a two-part sort of issue, in my opinion. Like if it's like for like work, somebody working on a tree that sees another tree, there's certainly a level of, individual empowerment, but it gets sort of, how far that goes ends up truncated by, a drive to complete service requests, because in its heart, what a service request is a customer reaching out to the employer and trying to get a service done. So they essentially create a digital line. So it's difficult when you're out in the field and you have 10 service requests that represent 10 customers that want work done to then deviate from that work and give, some other work to somebody outside of that line. So to answer the question, in theory, there is the ability to do that, but in practice, not so much. There's just process things that sort of hinder that. Not that the model is necessarily fundamentally flawed. I think it's a communication piece. But as far as other, so if I was, out dealing with trees and I saw a busted up, catch basin, the infrastructure, as we said in our report, doesn't exist presently to allow for an efficient way of communicating that information.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, if you could summarize, what would you say would be the key barriers that frontline staff face to doing the best job possible for the city?
Through the chair, that is a difficult question to answer. I think the employer is having a crisis of identity, trying to decide whether or not they want an empowered frontline workforce, or if they want, a micromanaged, infantilized workforce. I think that's part of the problem, because that consistency and that message isn't consistent, I guess, throughout the organization.
Okay, and just the last question, I guess. As the city has grown, there's been higher demand for services. Have staffing levels kept up with the growth of the city, in your opinion, through the chair?
Through the chair, that's a great question. Probably easier answered by administration. But when I was elected, we had 1,600 members, and we have 1,503 now. So that appears to be a decline, but the composition of what those people are, seasonal or FTE equivalents, would need to be dived into. My guess would be no, it hasn't increased, but I'd have to do a deeper dive to get you the specifics.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Shaw.
Hi, thank you very much for coming. I just have a couple questions. We talked about employees not feeling empowered. Is that kind of how it is now? What do you think the status quo of the employees? Do they feel empowered right now? And if not, why? And what can we do better? Through the chair.
Through the chair, thank you for that. I think the City of Regina is in a transitional period. I think fundamentally the way people want to deliver service is changing, and not in a bad way necessarily. So I think there are people who want to do that. There's just processes that don't, necessarily allow for it. There are, things that just don't support that type of, individual accountability and empowerment. Do people want that? A lot of people do. Do other people want to just be told, this is what we expect of you today, make sure you do that? Sure. But that's a management, decision. But like I said, I think we're in a transitional period, and that's causing some of the frustration.
The transitional period causing the frustration of employees not feeling empowered. Is that clear through the chair?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. And they spoke briefly about GPSs in vehicles, and I was actually kind of shocked that GPSs aren't in all vehicles to maintain the safety of people that are driving them. Is this a concern for the union that we don't have the GPSs in the vehicle? Through the chair?
Through the chair. So telematics, actually, along with a lot of the things in this report, are telematics, GPS, what have you, are tools. Tools in and of themselves aren't inherently a concern. It's the application or how you use them. So, like I said, in 2019, briefly in 2020, telematics began being rolled out. Because I get a lot of questions about telematics, and if you're using it for predatory observation, of course there's a concern. But if you're using it to monitor, output, product, those types of things, safety, people that are working alone, there's not a concern with that. It's the way in which a tool is used that would cause any sort of a concern.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. No further questions from council, but I do have a couple questions Mr. Williamson. Building upon that, in terms of the questions about telematics and GIS and GPS, if they exist, why is it that looking at both fleet and parks, there was no information with regards to the vehicles?
To the chair. So they don't exist everywhere yet. My understanding was that when they rolled out to 2 places in 2019, that their intention was to eventually, expand that portfolio. So I was surprised to see the inclusion of that in the report. Like I said, a lot of the stuff in that report is already underway.
Thank you for that answer. You did say that there are metrics in place, which we understand that we have a lot of data. How does one measure productivity, like in terms of work crews going out? Is it just simply the service requests that come in and completion of them?
It would depend where you're talking about. So in some operating areas, they have schedules, that outline the specific work that needs to be done over, any particular day on sort of a repeating basis. There are other areas that use service requests completions and the response time. There are places that have specific key performance indicators. How much does it cost to prune a tree? How many are getting done in a day? Those types of things. So there's a few different methods that are used.
Is that frustrating, those few different methods?
To the chair, it is frustrating if you find inconsistencies frustrating. For me personally, it makes it difficult to sort of push this topic, because if your metric isn't solid, you don't have a good base to start these sort of conversations, which was basically the premise of the union-led efficiency initiative. We were having lots of conversations about contracting out and vacancies, which eventually led to bigger conversations and sort of a formal rollout in 2020. So I'm always supportive of standardizing or getting everybody on the same page.
Thank you. I have one last question, and that is, within your letter, you speak to the service culture, and you make reference that infrastructure does not currently exist to allow this. Can you elaborate on that?
So there was to the chair, sorry. In Deloitte's report, there was a conversation about, or in the presentation, I can't remember, I'm getting executive confused, but, having people from beginning of cycle when it comes to service request to end of cycle, infrastructure internally whereby somebody could report something to have it taken care of, like a person in the field. Those types of things. I'm saying those types of robust systems don't exist currently to ensure that that type of stuff is done effectively.
Okay. Thank you again. Thanks for answering the questions. I'll thank you very much on behalf of Council for your presentation this afternoon, and just ask that you please leave the meeting now.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
One moment, please. We'll now consider CR 21-175, Deloitte LLP City of Regina Efficiency Review. Councillor Stadnichuk, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Oh, shoot. Excuse me, just while I have the task force here, efficiency review. So,
sorry, one moment. It's not the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force. This is the Deloitte
right,
review.
Yes, that's why I had the wrong one up.
And they are present on the line to answer questions, but they won't be doing the presentation today. Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So at our December 1 meeting of the Executive Committee, we had a presentation from Deloitte on the efficiency review and the recommendations that they were making forward to City Council. We did, Executive Committee did accept the report, and the city manager is going to be presenting a report that includes an administrative response and implementation plan on this report, on the recommendations to Executive Committee in January of 2022. I would ask if the city manager wanted to add any more to that.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think Councillor Stadenchuk has introduced the report appropriately. Deloitte is on the line, and I know they have a time-bound limitation. So if it makes sense, if Council has questions of Deloitte, and then I think it would be, obviously we would follow up as administration with further questions.
Thank you. Can Councillor Stadenchuk have a seconder in terms of moving the report? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I have Councillor Zakiniak.
So I have, I don't know if Deloitte needs to respond to this or not, but they may want to. So what I have is either an undertaking or an amendment. I'm open to direction on that. To, in terms of the submission by Laird Williamson, that Council includes in the report, as per his recommendations, a summary of the work, or sorry, that administration includes a summary of the work already underway for efficiencies and a plan to engage in meaningful consultation with union partners prior to the implementation. Would that be an undertaking or an amendment?
Well, yeah, thanks, Councillor Zakiniak. Ms. Folk or Mr. Holden, you can already speak to this. You've spoken to this before.
So through you, Mayor Masters, I guess there's a couple of points. One is, you know, management and the union, I like to use the word partnership. We do work very closely together. You know, Mr. Williamson mentioned culture and the importance of culture, and right now there's a joint union president, myself, Ms. Folk, our director of people and horticulture that are working on a culture solution. I've made a commitment to the unions that obviously as we move forward and we look at implementing those 14 recommendations, if there are recommendations that have, you know, impacts on people, then obviously we're going to sit down with them and have those conversations. So there is a commitment from myself to unions that will occur. Obviously we do have collective agreements, and there's language that we need to be respectful of. And if we need to do something that is outside of a union contract, then obviously we need to look at putting a letter of understanding in place or actually negotiating new language at negotiations. The other piece is that as a part of our annual report, we do highlight each year the improvements and efficiencies that we're undertaking as administration. So, you know, Mr. Williamson talks about the example in forestry, where we've looked at the cost of tree pruning, a KPI around the number of trees, etc. That was highlighted actually in our 2022 budget. So we do that on an ongoing basis. So to ask for an undertaking to include that in the report, I think it's being done today. So I would say at a high level, we would reference the fact that that process is undertaken on an ongoing basis. But there's other places, if you look in the annual reports, we do highlight those types of efficiencies and those types of improvements, and those come from joint discussions between management and union.
Okay, thank you.
Skiniak, do you have any further questions? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not sure if this is Mayor Master through you. Question in the priority 4 service efficiency, and it talks about examples of efficiency that are going to be underway. It says over time, job sites could be reduced if existing process for assigning work among and between crews were streamlined. And Mayor Masters, I think city manager mentioned about the union agreements and all that. How is that going to play in when your report comes back in January? How we can find efficiency in that overtime scheduling?
So through you, Mayor Masters, overtime has been a concern of council over the years in terms of, is overtime necessary? What is the magnitude of overtime? There's always a balance of when is it appropriate to pay overtime? Because there is obviously a curve or at some point at which having new equipment and new resources is actually more expensive than overtime. So as we look at scheduling more effectively, and we've talked about, introduction of a scheduling system, that may find some efficiencies in terms of how we schedule that could actually result in a decrease in overtime. Obviously, decrease overtime is a function of, we use it first of all for emergency repairs. So if we have a water main break or a sewer main break, or a collapse in a roadway, then obviously we need to give that immediate attention. If that requires overtime, then we use overtime as the most efficient and cost-effective way to make a repair. But there is no entitlement in union contracts to overtime. It's a function of the business and where we can schedule staff at regular time, where we look to the unions to look at, are there some flexibility in terms of hours of work, because that is regulated within union agreements. And the union's been very supportive of working with management to say, flexibility will make us more cost effective. And at the end of the day, we end up in some contracting out scenarios if we can't come to resolution. So the union and ourselves work cooperatively to do that. So when we bring the report in January, we're really talking about how we're going to move these initiatives forward. And that's when we will get into, deep conversations, I think, amongst ourselves as management, and obviously making sure that we're including the union in those discussions, so that we're taking advantage of opportunities and ideas that our frontline employees have, because they have lots of great suggestions on how we can do the work more effectively.
Great. Thank you for that. Mayor Masters, I'm good.
Thank you. Councillor Barshiani.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, just a question in regards to the recommendations that were in the report. As far as the transformation office, what does that look like? And again, we talk about time frame. What is the recommendation if we were to say, how does that get going? Through the chair.
So through Mayor Masters, so the transformation office is being recommended by Deloitte. It's being recommended that it be put in place more or less immediately. So there's urgency to that, and we would like to get that in place as early as we can. We've said by the end of Q1 of 2022. That transformation office is really going to, provide some expertise, provide some tools in terms of how we as an organization can look at how we can be more, more cost-effective, more innovative, and it has to be an office that, and Deloitte highlighted this, that has the authority and is accountable, through myself, but ultimately, to council in terms of the efficiency review. And it has to be able to challenge, I'll say, my executive team and myself to make sure that we are moving forward on those recommendations and that we're reporting on those recommendations. And it is really about a culture change. So it is about, we need to be different as an organization. And, we have areas of the city where we do things really well, but I think we need to make sure that we're doing that in every area of the city. And it is going to take effort and communication and a shift in thinking to make sure that we can achieve that. And the transformation office will be a significant driver in that regard.
Thank you. And I appreciate the administration working on this to get this going. It's vitally important. I guess the one piece that we heard from the union was a question around the growth, and that the labor maybe isn't keeping up with the growth as well. And I'll speak to like in the new areas. I know parks has been a problem. I want to know, has there been anything that's going to be coming up in our budget when we discuss our budget deliberations since you had this report? Is there anything that's going to be considered or rejigged in that budget at all to start this in January through you?
So through your Masters, so that is a conversation that the executive team's actually having tomorrow. We're into budget discussions next week. But, you know, for example, advancing the customer relationship management system, we have that in our 5-year capital, but we have it later in the 5-year capital. So if we want to move on that and advance that, then we need to bring it forward. So we either introduce an amendment on the floor for council's consideration, or we simply acknowledge that that is something that we're going to have to bring in the report in January that would require then some other adjustments in our capital program to be able to advance these. So it is about priority, but absolutely we're looking at the commitments that it will require for these 14 recommendations to advance and the cost behind them. And we do have some of those components in our budget. We do have some funding in the budget that's proposed for the beginning establishment of a transformation office. So we'll make sure that if we need to make adjustments to satisfy this implementation, that council has that conversation and prioritizes those decisions.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any other members of council wish to speak? I have a few questions. My first one is for Deloitte, if they can hear me. There's some reference to, in one of the submissions, relative to the anecdotal evidence of performance culture or a lack thereof, and a performance management culture and a lack of service culture. Can you speak to that at all? You're muted. Can you hit *6? Because we can't hear you.
There we go.
Hello?
We can hear you now.
Hi. Okay. Through the
Thank
chair,
you for that.
this is Matt Colley from Deloitte, the lead engagement partner. And, you know, in terms of the evidence that we saw during the engagement, obviously there was, through interviews with counselors, with groups, you know, focused interest groups that, you know, that are interested in city services, and obviously through our own observations in terms of, you know, some of the services that we observed, that led to, you know, some of our conclusions. We did, you know, note that it was anecdotal because, you know, our report wasn't really there to go and obtain a whole bunch of evidence in terms of what was being done or what wasn't being done. Our focus was mainly on efficiency reviews, but we did look at some data, and we absolutely observed directly some of the evidence that led us to believe that, you know, there is enough of smoke there that, you know, caused us significant, you know, concern to include a recommendation in our report around that and to make that an overall theme with respect to our report. I would like to reiterate that doesn't mean that every single service that the city provides or every single employee that is there is not focusing on services. That's definitely not true at all. But, you know, it's enough of a concern that it did cause us to, you know, I guess raise the culture issue in our theme in our report.
And if I, through the chair, could just add, certainly when I was touring some of the facilities, not during break times, the workers weren't always particularly on task when they should have been. And that was a day's visit in 7 or 8 different facilities. So not suggesting that the workforce isn't doing any work, but I'm suggesting that if it were had closer time standards and was differently supervised, then there may be more productivity to be had there because they may be on task, you know, more frequently, more often.
And through the chair, if I could add to that, and I believe that when we heard from the delegate, the same information was kind of brought forward, which is if we had tools that we could use to monitor some of this, and if they're used correctly to incentivize and empower employees, then you're going to see some great efficiencies working together. So time standards, scheduling, GPS, etc., are tools that can be used. They're not there now, so it's really hard to understand and hold people to the tools and metrics that we're wanting to bring forward.
Thank you. We also heard with regards to implementation and the absolute necessity of partnership between union and management. Can you speak to that?
Through the chair, we do believe that the city employees, as in represented through the union, are a critical partner in terms of the city delivering its services. And so we do think that having a strong and healthy relationship, but respectful relationship between management and the union is good progress in terms of, being able to achieve efficiencies, right? And having partners at the table that are both willing to work together to work to outcomes of change that both parties can, live with and obviously represent the ultimate good to the city, which is, providing efficient services. And so, it is good to hear that there is a strong partnership that way. And obviously, that needs to be a healthy partnership moving forward.
And through the chair, if I might just add, if you look back at the scope of the work, there's about $300 million in scope. About $100 million of that's labour costs. So you will, and we heard the conversation earlier on productivity, efficiency, and so on. And if you're going to really sort of tackle the parts of the city where maybe productivity isn't as high as it could be, you'll need to come together with the union on definitions of productivity, the evolution of work standards and monitoring and sort of control procedures. That's where you're going to really need the partnership. It's really about sort of driving it together forward, driving it forward together, so that both sort of sides or both parties understand the expectations and the rewards of delivering that kind of performance improvement.
Thank you. How do we as council ensure administration is supported in terms of executing?
Through the chair, I think, the starting point is, one, ensuring that the transformation office, has the right accountability, to council as being a starting point. So not only sitting within the CAO's office, but having a direct line to council to report on progress. But two, certainly ensuring that the resources that the city needs to make those investments are available. And so I think as council, when there are investments that are needed to achieve the efficiencies, that needs to be highlighted by management to council so that can be factored into the decision-making of council.
If I could add through the chair as well, I would want to see a coherent implementation plan developed with 30, 60, 90-day sprints, milestones, that kind of thing. Because I want to be sure that plan is being reported on regularly, so they can be sure that activity is actually advancing. In the union response and in general, there were lots of sort of points being made around, things are underway, and they sort of are, but they may not be advancing on a broad enough front or quickly enough to deliver the sorts of improvements that you'd like to see in the time you'd like to see them. So I think some close inspection and not so much control, but some close inspection on what's reported would be helpful as well.
You established a baseline when you were doing the efficiency study. Is that correct?
Yeah, financial baseline, Matt, we did.
What sort of differential did you find?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. My apologies.
In terms of establishing a baseline here, do you compare us to other cities? When we're talking about an 8 to 13% increase in terms of productivity in certain aspects, what sort of percentage differential were you looking to focus in on, or did you find when you were in relation to that baseline?
Oh, I see. So, if we look at the opportunities that we identified together, then about $10 million would typically apply to procurement, which would be about a 5% reduction in the procurement spend. So that sort of covers that side of the house. On the sort of balance, the balance of the 17 million would be probably of the order of about, I think it was 11 or 12% on the remainder of the baseline from the other opportunities together. I think, and then if you look at each of the individual opportunities against their individual sort of pseudo baselines, we'd have slightly different numbers. So the 8 to 13% I think that you're quoting is in relation to telematics. And typically on certain classes of vehicles, on many classes of vehicles, the saving is often for maintenance and fuel between the 8 and 13%. Different, smaller for some larger assets, but typically in that kind of order. And that's derived through our experience working with fleets.
Thank you for that. I have one question for admin. Could you describe for council a little bit about the cross-departmental cooperation or integration that exists?
So through you, Mayor Masters, our organization is often, I guess described as being, having many silos. We've put effort over the last number of years. We've created a principle called One City, One Team. And in theory, we are way more effective in terms of delivering services at the city if we come together and collaborate. I think we have some examples where we're very good at that. Our construction programming, for example, if you go back a number of years, I know some of our returning councillors will know that we had construction projects that caused major congestion and actually shut down sections of the city at one point. So we have a whole construction coordination integration group, for example, that comes together, plans, looks at where the construction activity is happening, what kind of mitigation measures do we need to put in place so that we can stage and implement programs or projects over a number of years, what are our communication strategies. So I think, again, an example where we do that quite effectively. For me, what the Deloitte report highlights is the fact that we need to get better at ensuring that we're doing that type of a practice across the organization. So, I see it in service requests. I see it in, service requests that come to my attention from council. Things are escalated, and they're often escalated, and some of the messages, my goodness, does the left hand at the city not know what the right hand is doing? So, there are definitely opportunities. I know that, the service culture, we have folks that, I think they get a bit defensive. My message is we can all be better. And even for those that feel that they have a positive service culture attitude and obviously care about our community, they care about the service, and they care about the citizen, you can still be better. So it really is a culture piece. And then, if we put KPIs in place, some of those KPIs will be cross-departmental, and they will require, interaction, communication across departments, across branches, so that we can achieve those KPIs and be successful. And then, of course, the reporting back to council and reporting back to community are where we need to, I think, make some fairly significant improvements.
Thank you for that. I have nothing further to add. Councillor Stanichuk, do you want to close off debate? I'm getting a head shake no. Thank you. On this issue, City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Mayor Masters, with respect to the motion at hand, all 11 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. Thank you.
Council, in part, With this, in conjunction with this, we'll consider item IR 21-6, which is a receive and file CM 21-24. It contains additional information related to the next item, or to the item we just discussed, CR 21-175. Any approvals for action or amending motion decision on the subject matter we can talk about right now, but essentially, if I could get a motion to receive and file IR 21-6. Thank you, Councillor Stevens, I'll give that one to you. Councillor Hawkins, I'll give you the second. Councillor Stevens, did you wish to speak to this?
Sure, thank you. I'd hoped for some time to kind of send this to council first, but we were working on a deadline here. We did two things. One was to assemble a team. Over the last year, we have economists, policy analysts, developers, union leaders, members of the community. It was actually a really good team that came together to talk about economic recovery as we're hopefully heading out of the pandemic, and the other about the bigger question of efficiencies. Some of that discussion then lent to what we saw Deloitte perform over that time. I will just keep my comments brief and specific to the efficiency component. If you look through the report, I would flag that the points in there are not necessarily a consensus of the team, but rather all of the different positions that we had discussed. And you'll notice that a lot of that overlaps with concerns that council has raised. A lot of the points there also align with projects that are underway. And when we talked about economic recovery and efficiency, it wasn't from the simple, pretty bland economic development standpoint. It was socioeconomic concerns, community well-being. There's a real focus on downtown, how we plan, process around permitting. So it really is a cross-section of the issues that we've discussed. Deloitte has covered in their report all of the efficiency items. Hopefully we'll have a chance to talk a little bit more in depth about the recovery items. But I do have one question, perhaps an undertaking that I request from administration. Would it be possible to get a response to the task force report that outlines the state of some of those initiatives, as well as some of the money associated with them? And so this would take some time for administration to actually look at it and provide a response. Is that feasible as an undertaking, or do you imagine the workload to be a bit more substantial?
So through my masters, maybe I'll just start by making a comment. And that is, I did sit on this committee more as support. On page 1, the members of the task force are listed, and I think they deserve a thanks on behalf of the community in terms of the discussions that they participated in. The first thing is that the efficiency recommendations that are within this report, we're going to take that away. So as a part of an undertaking, as we look at the Deloitte report, are there components in this that we should also be considering? I think also that there are a number of statements in this document that are, would focus on the priorities of council and can maybe be incorporated into strategic planning discussions. I know that the task force was concerned that this just becomes another report that sits on the shelf. So I will undertake to provide a response. What we'll do is, we'll incorporate that when we come back in January, just to, how much work is it? But I feel an obligation and a responsibility to make sure that the task force is recognized for the valuable input that they provided to the mayor and council. And there's definitely an opportunity for administration to, make sure that their contributions are being recognized and being responded to. So yes, we'll commit to do that. And I think at a high level, we can provide a preliminary response in the January report back to council.
Thank you. I guess as one of the co-chairs of this group, I'd be happy to take any questions or comments that members of council might have.
Thanks, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. I want to say thank you for this report as well. Councillor Stevens for co-chairing, I know, the extra meetings, and to the group as well. So when I read, as Chris, you've indicated, that there's many things that's spoken to with, I know the city is working on, but also from Deloitte. So There was also some recommendations of looking at other subcommittees in this report. Looking at, now I guess I want to know, what are the next steps with this, Councillor Stevens, from recommendations? So just to be clear, sorry, I'll just say priority 6, vocal advocate for Regina, a special task force recommendations to guide. So there's a couple task force that are considered that maybe should be recommended, but I want to know how do those come to fruition then?
Sure. No, great question. So one part is, as the city manager mentioned, administration will consider and provide a response from their end. This might be a good place for us to start a discussion from a strategic planning standpoint as to how do we execute this. So there are 7 main initiatives and recommendations. I think we need to work through those. It might be meaningful to have a standalone report on this with other members of this team so we could go through it a bit more systematically. It's kind of roped into the efficiency review. So I'm hoping the administration and then council will have standalone time to reflect on it and figure out how it aligns with our own vision for the next couple of years.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, I think, sorry, and I might have missed it, but did you say that this would also be taken to the transformation group that's also working, that will be starting in Q1 sometime? This will be a piece of the work that they'll go over to blend the commonalities in this report to the efficiencies that they're working on. Is that what I heard through the chair?
So through my masters, I think the first step is a high-level response when we come back with the Deloitte response and implementation plan in January. And then as we work through this in more detail, I think that's definitely an opportunity to say, let's let the transformation office look at this. There are a number of pieces when the one that you just spoke of around advocacy. Is that the role of council? Is that the role of a task force? Those are the things that obviously we need to discuss and work through. But yes, transformation office having an eye on this and giving us a perspective would definitely be a valuable, conversation discussion at council through a future report.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the work that's being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I do have one question, and I apologize if this was brought up at executive. Unfortunately, I wasn't at that meeting. So I've seen some criticism or questions around the establishing a transformation office for the cost of 1.5 to 2 million in order to start achieving efficiencies. So I wonder if someone, I don't know if that would be Councillor Stevens or from administration, could respond to that concern. Why do we need to spend $1.5 to $2 million to
Councillor
start seeing
Zakidniak,
some
sorry,
efficiencies?
I'm going to interrupt. We've actually passed the motion relative to the transformation office, which is contained within the efficiency report. So this is the recovery and efficiency report from the public committee co-chaired by Councillor Stevens.
Right.
So not really related to the transformation office.
Right. Okay.
Do you have any questions about the?
That's my only question, and I guess so you're saying I missed my opportunity to ask it.
Yes, but you can ask it of because you can ask it of them, not right now because we're on to a different agenda item, but you can ask it at some point. It be worked in. Given it's a question, they'll work it into the report when they come back in January in terms of a response.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was pleased to read this report because it's full of ideas. But I want to issue a word of caution here. This is not policy of council. And I want to make, just at a very general level at this point, 2 observations. The first is, as Councillor Stevens mentioned, it looks like everybody's ideas were incorporated. It's a bit of a shopping list of ideas. And the challenge there is, as the city manager indicates, it needs to be aligned with other reports that the city has. And there needs to be some sense of priorities here. And that kind of operational aspect is not in the report, and I don't think the people writing the report were expected to do that. The other point I want to make is there are some contradictions, as there will be in any list of ideas in this report. So I think the report has to be treated as a tool, but we have to be cautious that this is not policy of council. It's just something that will help inform us as we develop strategic plan and priorities.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stevens, do you want to close off discussion? Sorry, Councillor Stevens?
Nothing else.
Oh, nothing else to add? All right. On a receive and file motion, City Clerk, could you call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion passes 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Council, we're moving to DE 21-170. We have a delegation. Thank you. I'd like to call upon delegation Pastor Whale Tejumaide, Lofty Heights Christian Center. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing, if any. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon. Pastor Tejumaide, are you available?
Yes, I am.
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and the council members. My name is Wale Tejumade, and I'm the lead pastor of Lofty Heights Christian Center. That's a ministry that exists to reach kingdom influences here in the beautiful city of Regina. Since the inception of our ministry about 4 years ago, the Lord has helped us. Can you all hear me, please?
Sir?
Can you hear me, please?
I apologize, sir. We're having difficulty. You seem to be chopping up. Can you ask your question again?
Can you hear me, please? I just want to be sure you can hear me.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, all right. Masters Mayor, the council members, my name is Wale Tejumade, and I'm the lead pastor of Lofty Heights Christian Center. That's a ministry that exists to raise kingdom influencers here in the city of Regina. Since the inception of our ministry about 4 years ago, the Lord has helped us in transforming the lives and destinies of a number of residents of this city who have walked into our services. As a ministry that also prioritizes community impact, We've also on several occasions taken the church out of the four walls of our current worship space. This simply means that we go outside our regular meeting venue, to meet with members of the community and impact them as much as we can. And one of the many community impact projects, Chief of Fame is going to be the breakfast with the homeless drive that our ministry runs. These activities and the impact we make within the city have led to an increase in our membership strength. This increase is the reason why we desire a new facility that can accommodate our members and give us more room to reach more lives in the city of Regina. We are interested in the facility on 3005 Saskatchewan Drive, and we desire it to become our new home. However, the property is currently zoned as industrial light, and we are proposing and appealing to this honorable house to kindly rezone it to mixed high-rise zone so the church may obtain funds from the bank and move into the space. Our desire is to turn the front building of the subject facility into administrative offices and have a new auditorium in the warehouse attached to the back of the building. For us, having this facility is much more than just having a church building, but an opportunity for us to do much more for this beautiful city and the people than we are currently doing. We hold our services twice a week, Sundays 10 a.m. and Wednesdays 7 p.m. Both service times are off traffic period or seasons. In addition to this, having our church here would also lead to less burden on the city's infrastructures. And because of our desire in building a healthy community, they've also gone a step further and spoken to and obtained the assurances of our neighbors, that is the owners of the buildings to our left and the one opposite us, for additional parking spaces, in addition to our own parking spaces. We believe that the approval of our request will be a blessing to the residents of the beautiful city of Regina, and especially members of our new community, the Cathedral neighborhood. I thank you so very much on behalf of the board of directors of Lofty Heights Christian Center Regina, so profusely in advance for approving this request. God bless you, Masters Mayor, and then God bless the council members. God bless the city of Regina. I celebrate you all.
Thank you, sir. Do any members of council have any questions of the delegation? Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, too, Mayor. Pastor Weil, how important is it for the community to find a home, and is this location a good fit for you?
Through the mayor, thank you so much, Councillor Fundura, for that question. This is extremely very, very important for us. And as a matter of fact, to be more specific, the hotel which we currently use as a meeting space, our contract with them lapses December 31st, this just a few weeks to come. And they sent us a letter last month telling us that they want to use that place for another use. So this simply means that we need to get this moving ASAP. Otherwise, our church may become templeless or churchless. And that location is extremely very, very key for us. Key for us because it has neighbors, and we cannot actually wait, to be able to impact members of our immediate community, within that neighborhood. A couple of them, which I've also heard from the City of Regina Planning Commission meeting last week, they've also, responded in favor to this request. And that tells us as a ministry they are excitedly looking forward, to a home church or a community, being birthed in that particular area.
Great. Thank you for that. I'm good.
Seeing no further questions from council, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Pastor, and ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you, Master Mayor. Thank you so very much. Thank you, council members. God bless the city of Regina. God bless you. I'll celebrate you.
Thank you, sir. We'll now consider item CR 21-170. Councillor Fundura, can I ask you to please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor and Masters. I bring report CR 21-170, Official Community Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment 3005 Saskatchewan Drive. RPC recommends the City Council amend Design Regina by adding an exemption to Policy 17 of the OCP to allow for mixed use at 3005 Sask Drive. Rezone the property from IL, light industrial, to MH mixed high-rise zone. Can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor. As you heard, Lofty Heights Christian Center and ICO proposed to rezone 3005 Saskatchewan Drive to accommodate Assembly Religious Land Use Church. As you heard from the pastor, it's very important for the Planning Commission. We talked about the importance of their community to find a home. And Saskatchewan Drive corridor is in transformation. We're talking about access to roads, where Saskatchewan Drive is a main artery. So it doesn't impact anything with traffic, especially at church. And with them using a warehouse, which will be their ministry, and then in front they'll have a daycare, different things. So it fits within the whole aspect. And the neighborhood is totally behind the church to go in there. Neighbors already got together where they're going to need extra space for parking. They have a good relationship with the two neighbors. They're in favor. Cathedral Association is totally in favor of that. Administration recommends approval, and Planning Commission seeks concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Stevens wishes to speak.
Great, thank you. For administration, through the chair, we tend to treat our industrial space as quite precious given its limitations in the city of Regina. This has been light industrial for ages. What's your thought on changing this in terms of its use? We have imagined a corridor, it should be commercial. Where does this fit in?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So right now we've seen a few properties on this stretch already change, and the vision of this corridor is changing. We're doing the Sask Drive Corridor project, and this is one of our main gateways into our downtown. And so with the core partnership framework, this actual area was looked at as one of those gateways that needs to change. And so the intent is to see it transition. You're right, industrial lands are something that we want to conserve. But at this point, we need to look at where those lands should be located, and then also recognize that areas are transitioning, such as this area, the warehouse district, etc. So it is our recommendation that this go to a more permissive use for commercial because of the longer term plans that we've seen in the core partnership framework. As we move forward with the Sask Drive project, we'll be engaging the cathedral area during that project, and recommendations will be coming forward with respect to the neighborhood planning process because this area is in transition and we need to look to be more proactive in the changes that we're seeing in these areas.
Great, thank you. My final question, I know the land use is recognized as a church, a place of worship. Should I assume that they will have a tax exemption? In other words, will they actually be paying taxes?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so if they qualify under that as a religious institution, then yes, they would be exempt. I'm not sure if Mr. Lacey has anything else to add. No, nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Seeing none, Councillor Fundura, you want to close off debate?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion is carried 11-0 with all members of council voting in favor.
Thank you very much. We'll consider item CR 21-171. I will advise council that we do have the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, Tim Reed, Jerry Fisher, and Roberta Engel are available via teleconference to answer questions, but are not presenting as a delegation. Councillor Findura, could I ask you to please introduce the report?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 21-171, zoning bylaw amendments and discretionary use application of 1700 and 1734 Elphinstone Drive. General Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the application to add a new Regina Exhibition grounds direct control district and rezone the properties from PS, public service zone, to DCD RFCG, and then approve zoning amendment related to DCD zone. Approve the discretionary use application for proposal development of industry, food and beverage distillery brewing. Master, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Mancinelli, thank you.
Thank you. The direct control district will allow for the long-term development of the publicly owned lands known as Regina Exhibition Grounds. Just to remind, City Council approved the City Center Core Framework to provide a vision between City of Regina, RDBID, Warehouse District, and Real to coordinate process, and the framework was signed by the members. Administration recommends approval. Planning Commission voted unanimously, and Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Councillor Findura, anything to add?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion carries 11-0. All members are voting in favor.
Thank you, City Clerk. We'll now move on to item CM 21-24. Originally, we did have a delegation appearing in person. However, we are now no longer available. So could I have someone move a motion to receive and file the written submission for delegation 21-332? Thank you, Councillor Stevens. A seconder. Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any opposed? Carried. We'll consider CM 21-24, a supplemental report, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and Governance Implementation, which is a supplemental report to CR 21-169. It's a receive and file report and contains additional information related to the next agenda item. Could I get a motion to receive and file? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Bresciani. Any opposed? Seeing none? Carried. We'll now consider item CR 21-169, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. Councillor Stevens, could I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just losing my place here. So this was a long time in the making. We've discussed this once already. I'm not sure if there's anything else administration would like to add, considering we have talked about this at length, both in council as well as a series of briefing sessions. I've heard nothing but positive, meaningful support in the community. I think it is going to be a game changer in the long term in terms of how the city responds to these important issues. There's money on the table. We should certainly consider more investments in the future. There's a governance structure being proposed, and I think it really does set us up for more collaboration, more strategic collaboration with community organizations, the provincial government and the federal government when it comes to dealing with important issues like domestic violence, inequality, racism, housing insecurity, homelessness, and other anti-poverty initiatives. This is great. And I really want to commend staff for their work on this file and for selecting an excellent group of consultants to help us navigate this. I guess we're kind of starting where we left off. We already approved most of the report that came forward. We took a pause to discuss, and we're seeing now this back before council. I really hope we can approve this and send it forward. We have a budget discussion next week, so there's a lot riding on this. Again, I'll ask administration if you have anything else you need to add since our last meeting on this. Nope. All right. That's all I have.
That's a shake. Could Councillor Stevens have a seconder, please? Thank you. Councillor Hawkins. Members of council, anyone wishing to speak to either the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan or the supplemental report that has followed since it was tabled? Seeing none, City Clerk, can I ask you to call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion is carried 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. We have a delegation on the next item. Council, our delegation is having a little bit of difficulty calling in as it relates to CR 21-176. So if I could point you towards...
She's just a communication.
Okay. If I could point you to CR 21-177, which is the heritage designation for 2506 McTavish Street. We have a communication on this item from Jackie Schmidt and Heritage Regina. Could I have someone move a motion to receive and file? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor. It's Councillor Hawkins. Not an Ambi Turner, apparently. We'll now consider CR 21-177, the heritage designation. Councillor Fundura, could I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 21-177, heritage designation, 2506 McTavish Street. RPC recommends the City Council approve the application for designation of the James residence at 2506 McTavish Street as municipal heritage property. Mayor Masters, can I get a seconder, please?
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli.
Okay, Mayor Masters, at Planning Commission, the Commission debated the designation. The Planning Commission was thinking about maybe sending it back to administration because the comments were made, not the comments, but the question is that the recommendation is coming for exemptions to City Council for approval in 2022. So they were thinking maybe set that back to next year. But administration explained that very nicely about what this property is all about. And the administration evaluated this property on grade 2, and that means that the resident, the owner of the property, has the right to ask for designation. And so, with the description, the Planning Commission forgone of going into a vote for deferral or referring it back, and the question was asked to put it to the vote. And so the Planning Commission voted 7-3, I believe, of putting the report to council, and hence Planning Commission seeks concurrence, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Any questions on the motion? Seeing none, City Clerk, could I ask you to call the vote?
Don't break into song. Mayor Masters, the motion is carried 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. We will now go, delegation is online, going back to CR 21-176. I'd like to call upon Delegation Melissa Coomer-Benson, representing the YWCA. Please introduce yourself for the record and the organization you're representing and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any question that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
You're on. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I'd like to thank City Council for allowing me to present today, and like to thank City Administration in their help and support in putting this request forward. My name is Melissa Coomer-Benson. I'm CEO of YWCA Regina, and I'm calling from Treaty 4. YWCA Regina is requesting $4 million from the ISIP program for the capital build of the Healing Space and Ceremony Lodge phase of the Center for Women and Families. Further to my presentation to Executive Committee on December 1st, I'd like to highlight the great work that the YWCA has already done as part of the capital campaign and the incredible support that we've already secured from companies, individuals, and families in our community. There's no doubt that the community sees this project as a solution in our community. Through their financial and time commitments, they've shown that it's a priority to them. YWCA Capital Cabinet has raised $13 million to date and are in discussions about the possibility of increasing their goal, which is currently at $15 million. When the Capital Cabinet reaches their goal, and including the YWCA financing portion, sale of our current building, this would mean that the YWCA will be providing 39% of the funding for the build. For this reason, I would urge City Council to consider option A as outlined by City Administration, to approve the YWCA's request of $4 million and approve the use of up to $1.07 million of city funds to fund the local portion of the ISIP funding requirement. If City Council approves option A and the YWCA is successful in our federal applications, it would mean that the YWCA will fund 39% of this project, that the City of Regina would fund 6%, the Province of Saskatchewan would fund 4%, and the Government of Canada would fund 51%. This commitment puts into action the goals of the city to prioritize reconciliation, address issues of racism and cultural genocide in our community, and provide safe spaces for healing and from trauma and violence. These are all direct action items as outlined in the City Community Wellbeing and Safety Plan. The Center for Women and Families addresses the critical issues such as poverty and inequality, as well as services for those struggling with mental illness, substance use challenges, and homelessness. The wraparound and hub model is an immediate intervention to prevent and reduce crime in our city. And in addition, the Center for Women and Families serves as an opportunity of pride in our city. There are many opportunities for citizens of Regina to engage and give back to their community through the center. The center is accessible and open to all members, and as such will foster a stronger sense of community and belonging. Thank you very much for your consideration, and I would love to answer any questions that Council has.
Thank you. Members of Council? I believe we're very well versed on this one. I see no questions for you. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and just ask that you please leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council will now consider CR 21-176, YWCA request for ISIP funding. Councillor Stanachuk, could I ask that you introduce the report?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. Through you, at the Executive Committee on December 1st, we looked at this proposal, and the recommendation from Executive Committee is to allocate $4 million from the city's pool of the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program for the YWCA's new Center for Women and Families. Specifically, the $4 million would be allocated for Healing Space and Ceremonial Lodge. This is particularly important because over 80% of their clients are urban Indigenous women and their families. And this Healing Lodge and Ceremonial Space is a needed addition in our city that will help women through their healing journey. The YWCA will be working with All Nations Hope, which will bring the cultural knowledge, ceremony, and practice to the Healing Lodge. I move move acceptance of this, and I would ask if there needs to be any additional information brought forward from administration that they do so as well at this time.
Administration, do you have any further comment? Thank you. We need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, Councillor Stadnicek, did you wish to close off?
Fine.
All right. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion carries 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council, in light of the time, we're going to get through some of the things that we have to get through so that administration can do their job. In terms of executive committee, there were reports provided to executive committee, so let's get through those. Starting with CM 21-28, the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation 2021 Semi-Annual Report is a receive and file report only, and it's just providing additional information relative to the next agenda items. Could I have a motion to receive and file? Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. A seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Any questions or comments? Seeing none? Any opposed? Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 21-174, the Buffalo Pound Plant Renewal Financing Update. Councillor Stadnicek, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. On December 1, at our executive committee, we considered the attached report, which is E21-50 in a private session. The attached report discusses the increase in considerations for the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant. The recommendations before us are simply just to approve, give the authority to the Buffalo Pound Water Treatment Corporation to apply for additional grant funding under either the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program or any other federal or provincial grants. And it would also authorize the corporation to enter into agreements to secure any additional funding that might be needed. The report before us also authorizes other members of administration, city clerk to execute agreements, the executive director of financial strategy as well to exercise the city's voting rights, to approve any organizational resolutions or documents that might be required in relation to entering into any agreements for grant funding for the plant renewal. And I think that's about it, unless administration wants to add on.
I need a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any member of administration wish to speak to the report? We're good. Thank you. Members of council wish to speak or ask questions? Seeing none, City Clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion carries 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Next up from Executive Committee was considering, we now consider CR 21-172, the elected official committee appointments. Councillor Stadnicek, could I have you introduce the report?
Okay, can I find it first? Sorry. Where is it? I apologize, but our system, I do find it hard to find the reports. Here we go. So E21-49, is that correct? Nope. Okay. All right, sorry, I went too far. E21-48. So through the executive committee, we considered a number of the members of council are on various boards and committees. We considered any vacant positions or whether members wanted to continue in their current positions. And below attached is the appointments that are being recommended for various boards and committees in the city. So for the year 2022.
Thank you. Can we get a seconder on the report? Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any members of council have any questions? City Clerk says I can do a voice vote. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. The next one is the following one from executive, which is to consider the appointments of boards and committee. Councillor Stanichuk, can I ask you to introduce this report?
Right, with CR 21-173 is a list of appointments for, the appointments vary depending on the term of the various committees, but the new appointments to various committees such as the Accessibility Advisory Committee, the Board of Police Commissioners, the City Centre Core Development Advisory, Regina Public Library Board, and a number of other committees that have citizen appointments on them. So these positions, people were considered, and these are the recommendations coming from Executive Committee.
Thank you. Can we get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I'm going to do a recorded vote on this one. City Clerk, please call the vote. You know what? I should ask again. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Sorry about that. Seeing none, we'll call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion carries 11-0. All members are voting in favor.
Thank you. Continuing in light of the time, we will now consider item CM 21-27, the objection to denial of demolition approval at 1863 Cornwall Street. Can I have the City Clerk introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Just to remind City Council, this matter was considered on November 10th, whereby you denied the request to demolish the designated heritage property at 1863 Cornwall Street. So at this time, the Heritage Property Act requires that you must decide to either refer this matter to the review board for a hearing and report, essentially confirming your earlier decision from November 10th, or you consent to the objection and approve the demolition application. Just in background to this request, the registered owner of 1863 Cornwall Street, which is Harvard Diversified Enterprises Incorporated, has formally objected to your denial of their original request. If you wish to confirm that, we need an explicit resolution now from Council to send this to the Heritage Property Review Board for its adjudication of the matter. And I believe the Deputy Clerk would have an appropriate motion put up there. This is relatively standard language that I work with the legal department to get to meet the requirements from the Heritage Property Act.
Well, Deputy Clerk puts that up. Can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Would administration like to speak to this? Ms. Howerlich, would you like to speak to the process?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so as the city clerk indicated, this is the statutory process that we need to go through. It'll go to the Municipal Heritage Board, and then their report will come back, to which we will have a report to council, so council can make their final decisions. So they're not bound by the Municipal Heritage Board's recommendations. But at this point, as the clerk said, if council wishes to reconsider their position on this, this would be the time.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins is the mover. Would you like to speak to this?
No, it's straightforward. This is standard for a motion to get the referral.
Okay. Any other members of council? We'll just take a few seconds here. We'll get it up.
Could you stay a second? Oh, I'm sorry. Dennis, ready to go? Yep.
All right. City Clerk, please call the vote.
Nice. Fuck.
Mayor Masters, the motion is carried 11-0. All members have voted in favor.
Thank you. All right. We will go to a notice of motion, motion 21-14, action on homelessness, poverty, and community well-being. There was to be a delegation who can no longer appear, and so I need a motion to receive and file communication. Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Any opposed? Received and filed. We'll consider this motion, 21-14. Councillor Stevens, can I ask you to introduce?
Absolutely. Thank you. Can I get a seconder, please, before I commence?
Councillor Stadnicek.
Great. Thank you. I hope the whereas clauses in the resolutions are clear. The only thing I might add, and perhaps I could pass this over to Councillor Hawkins at the end, if he wishes to turn any of this into a SUMA resolution. I know he has corresponded with us about matters we might take to that body. But the resolutions are as follows, and I think it really is something informed by the experiences that we've seen in Regina over the last few years, but certainly made very acute with Camp Hope and the process around it and what led to it. The first resolution here asks for the provincial government ultimately to review its income support programs and delivery models. We've seen flaws in that system. I don't have a perfect number, but we've seen some serious reservations about how money is delivered, who's part of that consultation, and the extent to which this is simply a matter of telling people to pull up their bootstraps, take the money, spend it as you wish, and if housing is uncertain, it's your fault. I think we've also heard the other side of things suggesting that it isn't really CIS to blame or those changes in the policy. I think really we now have a role to play in talking about this with the province, and I think there is space now to review and reconsider the rates for low-income residents as well as how that money is delivered. And that ties into the second resolution about basic income. We know that there is a significant amount of literature and evidence to suggest that these programs reduce the cost of surveilling and monitoring people, actually putting more resources into their pockets. The plan to end homelessness, what we saw with Camp Marjorie and then Camp Hope is actually very predictable. We had a lot of conversations about this when we put together the plan to end homelessness. There are plans, it's funded. And so this is a pretty clear request again to the provincial government to help us, to work with us, to actually fully finance that plan. There are cost, logistics, and a meaningful analysis within there that I think the government can partner with us on. Paratransit and transit supports, there's been money on the table now for some time. It's stagnated. We use some of this to help finance paratransit, as well as to offset the costs associated with our low-income bus pass service, which is eligible to folks who are on employment insurance and other income supports. I think it's time to reconsider that, and ideally with the intention that we would reduce or eliminate fees associated with transit passes for folks that were on income assistance. Number 5 really came from the conversation I had with many of the advocates and activists at Camp Hope, as well as folks at RITSIS, in terms of how we meet people where they're at. Again, we now have a community well-being plan that can put us really into the ring to help advise and work with the provincial government. But it also means not assuming that we have to deliver supports around addictions, housing, and anti-poverty initiatives as we might see fit, but instead work with different organizations and community groups to figure out what best to do. The 6th point here is very simple, going back to now how we're crafting our own response, and that is to work with the province to ask for their collaboration in both financing and advancing the community well-being and public safety strategy. And finally, we'll see this later on in the city manager's report, to provide full funding for the RITSIS and City of Regina managed housing and anti-poverty facility and programs that emerge from Camp Hope until such time as those services are no longer required in Regina. This has to be a long-term commitment, and it means revisiting how we finance and distribute the money. It's not just the amount of money that we see in social services, it's how it's spent and how different levels of government need to work together. And again, I should hope that perhaps this could frame a discussion later on as we go into SUMA. This is not a problem unique to Regina. And for those reasons, I ask for your support in sending this symbolic message, at least, to the provincial government.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I strongly support this motion, and I think today we passed the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and I think it's going to have an incredible impact on how we address a lot of social issues and sort of some of the social determinants of crime in the city. We cannot do it alone. Right now, we are relying a lot on our police service, our fire and protective services forces as well to respond to a lot of social issues. And there's a cost to that. Sometimes some of these, at the root of some of this is poverty. Sometimes at the root of this is addictions. But overall, we need a really collaborative approach to addressing it. And we need some additional financial support. If there is an ability to secure some funding as well from federal government, I think that would be wonderful. But a lot of this does fall within provincial jurisdiction. And so we can do a lot of that work in it. And it's been seen, the kind of coordination around Camp Hope was tremendous, and I want to thank all of the staff at the city, the mayor, and others that really worked hard to get that work together. And I think we're going to need more and more examples like that of that kind of collaboration and financial support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. I fully support this motion, and I think it's, we are doing the work that we're taking this responsibility on as a municipality. And as mentioned already, we need the support of the province to be able to fully, to better address these issues. So to be brief, I fully support this, and I'm appreciative of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So I guess I would like clarity, if possible. So when we say, well, review all income support programs, income delivery models, income support rates, and the aim of eliminating poverty in Saskatchewan, considering the implications of implementing a basic income program, fund in full Regina's plan to end homelessness. So is this just a list that we're asking to send to the provincial government, or I guess I'm asking for the process? It says the word I see in here is City Council call on the province of Saskatchewan. So I need some clarity as to what is this, how will this be done? What are we thinking here?
Councillor Stevens?
Well, if you pass the resolution, it becomes on the formal record a request of the provincial government to do the following. And, I mean, the intention is worked out in the whereas clauses, but ultimately it's for us to work together to do a better job dealing with these problems. And that's kind of where it ends, unless you would like something a bit more substantive, but it's simply a meaningful but symbolic ask of the province. And it's very clear and cannot be confused for something a bit more ambiguous like, let's just help reduce homelessness. It's very articulate and focused. So this would be advanced then to the provincial government for consideration.
Thank you. So we just passed the community wellness plan that we just passed that. In that is getting the mayor stakeholder committee there that's going to be bringing in the pieces to collaborate with the level of government. How does this then fit into that if that's another piece of that, or do you see that entwined in this? I'm a little bit confused in the fact that we're going to be working with that community wellness group, that whole process which we're investing in. So would this not, what you're asking for here, Councillor, would this not feed into what that community well-being strategy is? Through you, Madam Mayor.
It very well could. This is a direct response to what happened with Camp Hope, and now which is shouldered by the City of Regina and Ritsis. And I know we've talked at length at Council about downloading. That's certainly an example, but I would prefer to see it as a form of collaboration. What that group does, I don't know. We still have to set it up. This is a pretty clear request, and much of this has actually already been considered by Council, and some of it's just bringing back a request. For instance, the plan to end homelessness. So these are issues that I have heard from the community. They're things that we've worked on at various levels. I don't see it as a challenging duplication. We're simply making a request to satisfy the concerns and needs of residents in this city. The well-being plan and that group that comes of it can certainly do all of the above, but they have other tasks such as domestic violence and other considerations that I think deserve more attention and could come to Council for this kind of consideration. But it's not insignificant that we would make a very explicit request of the province.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment. Councillor Shaw?
I've summoned my dogs to be quiet, so I apologize for that previously. I have a question, actually, a question on 1, 2, and 3, or 1, 2, and 7. It says review income support programs, income deliveries, income support rates. What do you mean by review them? I mean, is there an outcome of that review that you're looking to get, or what exactly do you mean by review this income through the chair?
No worries. Thank you for the question, Councillor Shaw. I think the intention is focused at the end of the sentence, which is with the aim of eliminating poverty in Saskatchewan. I already know, and I'm sure you're well aware, that the province is already reviewing the delivery of some of these income support models. Again, Camp Hope identified some problems and with the assumptions of how money was delivered. The idea would be to, what does it actually take to live and not be in poverty? And you start from that end goal, and you figure out whether or not those support programs, the amount of money people are afforded, as well as how the money is delivered, is it adequate to satisfy that objective?
So I kind of am concerned with that because depending on the person and depending on what they feel is a need in their life will depend on what they want for income to keep them above poverty. And we've spoke about this before. I know many people that are on the SETS program and they're doing just fine and saving money. So I kind of question that as to it's such a broad review and figuring out who's poor and why they're poor as based on the money that they bring in. Number two, consider the implication of implementing a basic income program. What do you mean by a basic income program? Do you have a specific monetary value to that basic income program, through the chair?
Another great question. Thank you very much. No, I don't have a number associated with it. Basically, basic income is the idea that you would afford people a certain level of income. What that amount is to be determined, but the wording consider would be to look at it, to evaluate it. There are a handful of basic income programs in Canada that have been used. The amount could differ where you live, how many kids you have, the size of your family.
Yeah.
So no, there is no single amount.
So I'm kind of questioning because, I mean, I'm assuming, well, not assuming, I know that's kind of how it is right now. There's that basic income, and if you have one child, you get this. And are you saying that with what it is right now, that it's not enough, through the chair?
The great question, through the chair, if people are living in poverty, and it's a measurement that the provincial government, the Minister of Social Services and that ministry would know that benchmark. There are established levels that folks dealing with these issues would understand. If you have people living in poverty by those measures, then no, their income is not sufficient because income and poverty levels go hand in hand. We've seen that poverty in Saskatchewan has been on the rise for a variety of reasons. Part of it is determined by the amount of money people get to survive. So there are established benchmarks and levels that the ministry would understand, and that would be, for instance, a low-income cutoff line, all sorts of determination. That would be up to the province to figure out. And now that we have a well-being plan, some of that information is contained within it. We'd have a stake in being part of that solution at the city level. But this is really work for the provincial government to undertake to actually eliminate poverty. And this is one approach to it.
I'm struggling with this because money doesn't fix money problems. And we all know some people spend their money this way and some people spend their money that way. And that will determine how much money you have at the end of the month. So I struggle with that, Councillor. And number 7, have you, or has anybody that we put this recommendation in here for RITS to be funded? Do they even want this responsibility, through the chair? Has anyone spoken to them directly, putting them up here on this? I'm just, thank you, through the chair.
Is that a general question, I guess, through the chair, or
I guess if
me?
Well, since you put these in here, have you spoken to them? And if you haven't, has administration spoken to them to see if this is something that they want to be a part of?
Through the chair, I mean, I can't speak for them, but both the City of Regina and RITSIS, I can think, safe to presume, do not want to shoulder the cost of delivering a service that should be delivered by the provincial government. We are on the hook for money as a result. We understand that this could be a long-term need. To my knowledge, RITSIS does not have money overflowing in its bank account. It is taking on extra responsibility, and it's because of the partnership between the City of Regina and the province. I am saying that if RITSIS is delivering a service like any other CBO on behalf of the government, it should be entitled to full funding. We also know that the current level of funding, the space, is not sufficient to meet the needs of the city. That's well known. So has RITSIS reached out to me saying, we would like you to put this request in? No. We know, however, that the provincial government needs to be involved with this solution. There's inadequate resources to deal with the uptake of service requirements at the existing facility. And I'm basing it on public statements. If someone could counter that, I would be welcome to it.
So going from Councilor Bresciani's questions, I'm trying really hard to understand how when we just put a whole bunch of money into our community wellness and we made this big commitment, how is this different? How is, and I mean, I guess you'd answer it, it's just a compliment. Is this how you're looking at it? I don't understand. We just finished doing this, so can you help me understand this a little bit clearer, Councillor, through the chair?
I'm not sure. I'll try. Through the chair. The funds required, if we just look at the plan to end homelessness, the funds required to make that happen, from the capital expenses to the income supports, the addiction services, et cetera, completely beyond the means of a municipality. And even City of Toronto, Montreal cannot do it without support from the federal government or from the province. We do not have the resources to do that as much as we would like to. We are in the game, and we are looking at how we can collaborate with the province and the federal government. We have a plan. This is actually requesting financial and other assistance to make that plan feasible. We cannot do this alone. These requests are requests that I've seen come from folks who organize Camp Hope, from other anti-poverty groups, and to my knowledge, there's been no opposition suggesting that you're asking for things we don't want. This is complementing things. It is a need in our city. Inequality is growing. We have the worst poverty rates in Canada. We know that. We also then have to acquire the resources to effectively address it, and these are some approaches that could effectively work.
That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I'm going to support this. I think this is a situation where it's fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. I think we're in a situation where the province is largely missing at the table in terms of funding housing and homelessness and supportive housing. I think it's appropriate that we call on them, but I also think it's a situation where we can take some additional responsibility next week when we debate the budget. So I'll support this call on the province, but also be looking for us to do what we can next week. So thank those who brought it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Fundura.
Just a quick question on the, just been listening and thinking about this. Are we duplicating services? So are we duplicating the process? We've got the wellness going. Is that going to interrupt or make it less effective going forward? So I'm not sure. That to Councillor Stevens, or is it the administration? Or what would we put this through?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so obviously the community safety and well-being plan that has just been approved, you know, that is really looking at opportunities to address those priority areas. There will be engagement with the province. You know, the commitment is that we need to get the right level of, you know, government representatives at the table. We need to get decision makers at the table. You know, the role of the city is often to be the facilitator, to be the convener, to really generate those discussions. So a lot of what is on this list will end up being discussed as a part of the community safety and well-being plan. So it really does become a conversation of council as to whether or not you want to put that in front of the province. I think those conversations will occur in the coming months. And, you know, the conversations around Camp Hope and the emergency shelter are bringing the province to the table. And there is an expectation from community organizations and ourselves that the province get more actively engaged in the conversation and finding, you know, a solution, a more longer-term solution as we move forward.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Masters. I know we're really doing great things, and I can see the impact of this would be, but I'm kind of struggling a little bit, and I'm not worried about poking the bear or whatever, but is this the right time to be poking at the bear? I mean, are we poking at the bear, or are we going a little bit too far? I mean, if there's a collaboration is there, as I'm hearing, that there's a conversation on all levels with this, so we're not going in alone. So I'm struggling a little bit if we're just going a little bit too far or overboard with throwing this front of the cart as we go in by. So I'm just a little more thinking about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Before taking any other questions, I will require a motion of continuance. I have a motion to adjourn on the floor. Can Councillor Hawkins have a seconder? I can't see Councillor Shaw or Councillor Mancinelli is going to second that. I believe we'll call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion to adjourn is defeated. The 4 voted in favor. Councillors Hawkins, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself. 7 voted against it. Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Fundura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak.
Council, given that we have a motion of continuance on the floor and we're about to enter the 2-hour and 15-minute mark for a break, we have a recess for 15 minutes and come back. Okay. I'll see you back in 15 minutes at 5:50. Sir?
Some part of the break to figure out what absolutely should be done tonight.
I have Councillor Mole wishing to speak. Councillor Mole, have at her.
Yeah, just further to what Councillor Fundura said, I'm just concerned that this might affect our relationship with the provincial government as we're working on the community wellness with them. So I'm just curious, maybe from administration or Mr. Stevens, what that might look like with potential passing of this motion. Thank you.
Chris, Mr. Holden, you want to take this one first?
So through Mayor Masters, I think collaboration is always the preferred approach. We have had conversations with the province. We have had success in escalating the level of conversation. And I believe there is a commitment from the province to enter into conversations to look at longer term solutions.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. I mean, through the chair, I guess it's a bit of a speculation. I've heard all of these words before. I've also seen a gas pedal hit because of this recent incident and Camp Hope, but I've heard all of this before. In fact, I think there's probably a decade or more of let's just not say the following. If there's a word that I want to use, it is collaboration. I've mentioned it in there. I'm not sure who would be so offended to hear words like request that we review, we collaborate on the following. It's an invitation to work together on a particular issue. Perhaps from a selfish standpoint, I represent one of the poorest communities in Western Canada. It is overrun with addictions and overdoses. I sit on the Board of Police Commissioners. This is what I hear, and this is the community I represent. It's not getting better. So I don't know how many more times we can not poke a bear if that's the attitude. It wasn't my intention. Again, it's an invitation, but I have to represent the community that I serve. It is overrun with these problems. The status quo is broken. And I think, frankly, a request by a city council to work together on these issues and then saying no because a particular council or councillor is not amenable to that political position, I think there'd be a real problem in government if it was spite making a decision. That's my standpoint. I'm going to represent these issues. I always will, and I think this is at least one way we can send a symbolic message to the government.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Moll. Seeing no further questions from council, I'll ask a few. There was reference, Councillor Stevens, in terms of point number 3, fund in full Regina's plan to end homelessness. You used the word again. How many times have we asked?
One official request that was accompanied with a report that we had submitted.
It wasn't requested again in 2 separate letters I saw penned in 2019 and 2020?
It's quite feasible.
There was another comment, actually. Mr. Holden, could you comment a little bit further in terms of the collaboration that we saw relative to the tent city that was erected in our city over the last number of months, specifically as it relates to the government attendance with us?
So through you, my masters, when the tent city was set up, obviously, you know, it was nonprofit organizations and the city that was looking, and city, I mean RPS as well, was looking to really make sure that, first of all, the residents within the space, the park, were safe and the surrounding community was safe. But the conversations and the level of participation that we had from deputy ministers and assistant deputy ministers, and the commitment to really look for new solutions because the system is not working. I think there's recognition by all partners that the efforts and initiatives that all the individual organizations have in place are not achieving the outcomes that we need. So there was true collaboration in terms of coming together. And yes, the city made an investment in terms of, you know, the park itself, but then moving to the emergency shelter. But the province stepped up and made a fairly significant investment as well. And there is a commitment to continue those conversations because really we have put a very temporary solution in place and it's not an adequate solution. So there is discussions that are taking place as to what is the longer term solution, what are the needs. Of course, RITSIS has, they have expertise, but they've learned some new things as well in terms of the operation of the emergency shelter. So the relationship with the province and the willingness of them to come to the table and have discussions is different than what has been seen in the past. And I won't put words in the chief of police's mouth, but he said he's not seen that level of commitment to come to the table and have meaningful discussion to find a solution, and a solution that is different than what we've traditionally pursued. So we really are looking for some creative, innovative solutions, and that work is continuing.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. I have a question there was reference earlier to SUMA, and I may ask either Councillor Brescian or Councillor Hawkins to answer. I do know that I sit on the City Mayor's Caucus of SUMA, and we have struck a committee on mental health and addictions specifically as it relates to the issues that are being experienced throughout the province. And I know that we continue to engage with the government there. I'm curious, Councillor Hawkins, do you need a resolution or a letter in order to advance these issues with SUMA?
Thank you, Mayor. In order to advance the issues with SUMA, you need a resolution passed by City Council outlining what it is you're asking the SUMA convention in April to vote, the whole of the delegates to vote on. We have to do that by January 31st. I've discussed this briefly with the clerk. probably in terms of timing, what would have to happen is there's 2 meetings of council in January. Councillor Stevens or someone else would have to bring a resolution before council on this matter or some aspects of this matter, give notice of that, and then at the first meeting, and then at the second meeting, council would have to vote on the resolution, and in particular as to whether or not to send the resolution to the SUMA convention for vote of the delegates. Once council's voted on the resolution, this goes to the resolutions, and say it passes, it goes to the resolutions committee of SUMA. SUMA puts it in a form that's acceptable, much the same way that bylaw puts our motions in a form. There is an option in the resolutions committee to turn back the resolution, but that option is very narrowly confined, and it basically says if the resolution that a city council purports to put forward is contradictory to SUMA policy, then it won't be put forward. But this is my opinion now, I don't see anything in SUMA policy that would contradict the direction of this kind of motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. And so if I'm hearing correctly, there has to be a separate resolution of the City Council in the month of January in order for you to have it to take to SUMA.
That's correct, and the deadline to getting it into SUMA is January 31st.
Thank you. Here's what I'm struggling with. We continue to use the words collaborate. I believe Councillor Stanichek said we cannot do it alone. And all of this requires relationship building. I don't accept that a letter is relationship building. Having constructive collaborative relationship is actually hard. It's hard work. It requires open dialogue, acceptance of different points of view. It requires us to accept the fact that our city lacks an enormous amount of data relative to gaps needs analysis, which I am extremely hopeful the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and all of the initiatives within it will help to address. But the idea that we create politicization around human issues is troublesome to me. I have yet to meet someone who doesn't care. How they think to tackle the problem, which frankly, while exacerbated and becoming more prevalent, have existed for decades. It is getting worse due to addictions, I think, due to the amount of firearms and crime severity that we have. We actually represent as a council the entirety of the city. All of us are responsible for every neighborhood in the decisions that we make. I don't see sending letters, symbolic though they may be, as good relationship building. I have zero issue putting these issues on the table as we have, as Mr. Holden has alluded to, and will continue to do so. That was my commitment in voting for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. It's my commitment to continue working with CBOs. It's my commitment to continue working, frankly, with other cities and other organizations who are looking to do everything from reduce homelessness to reduce poverty, to increase employment and skills training. That's a commitment I made. But in terms of building constructive relationships, I prefer to do it at a table, on the phone, in person, and continue to support to move the needle in every way we possibly can. I don't see supporting this resolution as being constructive to relationship building. To that end, I won't support it. Councillor Stevens, you can close off the debate.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Masters. I agree with you. There is an element of relationship building here. I just have reason not to trust that particular approach. And I don't think this prohibits any of that conversation. This basically itemizes a priority list for you and others to discuss, in addition to what we will see crafted and advanced through the community well-being strategy. So I've seen that particular approach, and I have good reason not to trust it, especially if I'm not at the table, I don't know what's being discussed, we don't really have a focused plan. I think this puts some very clear objectives on the table and makes pretty obvious what we should talk about with the provincial governments and what some priorities are. And you're right, there is a give and take. This is a serious issue, and I think it merits a resolution at council to advance it. And I would hope that something similar could work its way to SUMA if we see fit. So I don't think anything prohibits you or others from speaking with ministers and others. And now you have some clear priorities should this pass about what we're looking for and what kind of investments that we need, as well as the problems in the community. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion is defeated. There are 4 voting in favor, Councillor Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, and Zakidniak. 7 voting against, Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, and yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Council, if I can find where we're going next, we'll deal with CM 21-25, municipal revenue sharing eligibility criteria. Can I have someone from administration introduce the report?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. The report before you is in regards to a requirement the Ministry of Government Relation has. That requirement is that City Council pass a resolution annually that confirms the city has complied with the eligibility criteria related to the Municipal Revenue Grant Program. So the report before you in recommendation number 1 outlines the eligibility criteria that needs to be met, that administration confirms it has reviewed those requirements and that all conditions have been met, and is seeking council approval of the resolution.
Can I get a mover of this motion? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Trying to remember to turn left here. Any questions from council members on the report? Seeing none, Clerk, can I ask you to please call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion carries 11-0 with all members voting in favor.
Thank you to the clerks. We are going to move to the notices of motion. Apologies. Can I get a motion to table CM 21-26, the COVID-19 update? Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Are any opposed? Seeing none, we'll table that one. The notices of motion, we'll call on Councillor Dan LeBlanc to read notice of motion MN 21-16, transparent decision making. He'll introduce and only read the therefore statements for the record.
Therefore, be it resolved that Council 1 commits to more transparent decision making, including fewer secret meetings. 2, directs that the following process for Executive Committee be implemented immediately. All matters coming before Executive Committee shall be placed on the publicly circulated agenda. All matters will presumptively be discussed in public in keeping with Section 14 sub 1 of the Procedure Bylaw. If administration's view is that certain materials associated with an Executive Committee agenda item are best hidden from the public, Administration may choose to not include those materials in the agenda package provided to the public and council. If administration believes a matter should be debated in private, they may make that comment at the public executive committee meeting. If a member of council believes that a matter should be privately discussed, they may move a motion to that effect at the public executive committee meeting. Members will publicly debate this motion. If a majority of members present agree with the motion, executive committee may validly move into a private committee of the whole as contemplated in section 14 sub 2 of the procedure bylaw. Administration may provide additional materials to executive committee members during a private committee of the whole meeting. The general content of any additional materials discussed in private shall be summarized at the resumption of the public meeting. As always, no final decisions will be made in secret meetings or in secret portions of meetings.
All questions and discussions are held until February 16th, 2022 council meeting. I'll now call on Councillor Jason Mancinelli to read notice of motion MN 21-17, School Zone Playground Zone Regulations. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead and read their four statements.
Thank you. I'd just like to mention that point 2 is not necessary. There's a bit of confusion behind that. The only real thing I'm after with this is point 1, and it goes as follows. The school zone playground zone time be changed to be regulated between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and displayed in a 12-hour clock format.
Thank you. All questions, discussion are held until January 19th, 2022 council meeting. We'll now proceed to the bylaws and related reports. Councillor Hawkins, I think we're going to start with 2021-78. Oh, I lied, apparently. One moment. Thanks, guys. Sorry. I'll turn the page. Councillor Stadnichuk, 2021-77 and -80. I'll turn it over to you, Deputy Mayor, to read them out.
All right. So the two bylaws, 2021-77, the Regina Administration Amendment Bylaw 2021, and 2021-80, the Forestry Amendment Bylaw 2021. I move, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak, that bylaws 2021-77 and 2021-80 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Mayor Masters' first reading is passed 11-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. Councillor Stadnichuk, could I ask that you please do the second reading?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws 2021-77 and 2021-80 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' second reading is passed 11-0.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stadnichuk, could you please do consent with the third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Moll, that council hereby consents to bylaws 2021-77 and 2021-80 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. Clerks, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters' third reading consent has been approved unanimously as required by law.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, can you please do the final reading?
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2021-77 and 2021-80 be read a third time.
Clerks, please call the vote.
Masters, third reading passes 11-0.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. On the next item, I have a conflict of interest. A close family member is a lawyer with one of the organizations. I just remind council that someone will have to move adjournment in my absence so you don't stay here all night.
Thank you ever so much for your consideration, Councillor Hawkins.
That was good.
We will now consider bylaw number 2021-78. I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stanachuk to do the first reading of the bylaw.
All right, 2021-78 is the Community Nonprofit Tax Exemption Bylaw 2022. I move, seconded by Councillor Brasciani, that bylaw 2021-78 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, first reading passes 10-0 with the noted recusal of Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanachuk, could I ask that you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaw 2021-78 be read a second time.
I'll ask, does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, clerks, please start the vote.
Mayor Masters, second reading is passed 10-0.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanachuk, can you do the consent for the third reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that council hereby consents to bylaw 2021-78 going to third reading at this meeting.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, consent to approve for third reading is carried unanimously as required.
Thank you very much, clerks. Councillor Stanachuk, could you please do a final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Shaw, that bylaw 2021-78 be read a third time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, third reading has carried 10-0.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All right, Councillor Findura, what do you got?
Call adjournment.
A motion for adjournment. Has he got a seconder? I got Councillor Bresciani. Recorded vote or any opposed?
I want it recorded.
All right. None opposed. Thanks very much, Council. Thank you to administration. Have a good, safe evening. It may be slippery out there, guys.